Monsters. Monsters. Monsters.
Hope lingers on after the one you love is gone. Thought I smelled your ghost in my winter coat, and our love became a void, another echo in the noise that can't erase what we became. We could have been paradise, could have been you and I played the fool, you played the martyr. We could have been fireflies, but some fires die. I meant no harm, we were both wrong. Moving on. I'm a monster.
Monsters. Monsters. Monsters.
Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Everyone always keep falling in love again. The fuck's wrong with them? I don't understand. Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. Before I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done. I'm a drink at this place. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? If I had an option to be someone else, I would, and let go of you. I know that I'm obvious, fuck it, I'm made this way. But why didn't I stay when I had the chance? Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. Before I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done in my drink at this pace. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? The only one that's left in the rain. The only one that's left in the rain. Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy. You tossed me like a stone. You swept me off my feet. I can't feel my bones. I still count the days. You swept me off my feet. I keep going high, she keeps going low. Something feels wrong right now, I know. Something feels wrong. You don't wait for me, 'cause I keep breathing fire. I won't wait for you, 'cause you keep telling lies. I keep going high, she keeps going low. At the end of the day, she's gone low. You don't wait for me, 'cause I keep breathing fire. And you keep telling lies. You played me like a game. You told me it was fine, but I could feel the pain. It's been so many days, I still feel the pain. I still feel the pain. I keep going high, she keeps going low. Something feels wrong right now, I know. Something feels wrong. You don't wait for me, 'cause I keep breathing fire. I won't wait for you, 'cause you keep telling lies. I keep going high, she keeps going low. At the end of the day, she's gone low. You don't wait for me, 'cause I keep breathing fire. And you keep telling lies. I keep going high, she keeps going low. At the end of the day, she's gone low. You don't wait for me, 'cause I keep breathing fire. And you keep telling lies. I still count the days. I still feel the pain. You don't wait for me, 'cause I keep breathing fire. I won't wait for you, 'cause you keep telling lies. I keep going high, she keeps going low. At the end of the day, she's gone low. You don't wait for me, 'cause I keep breathing fire. And you keep telling lies. I keep going high, she keeps going low. At the end of the day, she's gone low. You don't wait for me, 'cause I keep breathing fire. And you keep telling lies.
Take everything we got, give it an honest shot. Turning it on and off, we've been sliding. Riding the highest dream, keeping the fire real. I call for you. Hold your gun, cut the wire. Aim for fun, with a light to fire. I've been flying up the ceiling, taken by this feeling. Maybe we're invisible at last. Fueling every engine, power is descending. Maybe we're invisible. Over the coming days, let's cut to the chase. We're gonna beat this maze, let's go deeper. I wanna reach it all.
Hello, chatto. It's Thursday, the second stream day of the week. Coming up today on Building a Nation with Tromso. We have the best 11 is still here. Fernando Ovalard nearly has 500 appearances for the club. He's nearly at 450 something goals. He's got a lot of goals. I'm trying out a different scouting method. I'm hopefully going to move over to some ball playing centre backs. We've got Champions League action. Mulder are doing stuff too. Maybe Braun. I don't know. All that and more coming up in a moment on Building a Nation with Tromso. That was a very janky intro, my friends. It just was. Retro Game Exchange, thank you very much for the follow, my sir. My sir? My sir. That's very kind of you, mate. Mr. Progger with the 9-month resub. You love to see it. It's nice to see Mr. Progger resubbing himself because he's so selfless subbing other people. It's nice to see him getting something for once. Oh my goodness. There he is. Hello everybody. How are we doing this morning, my friends? Oh, you mean the actual intro song that we're hearing right now, Seabird? So the intro song is called Hyperdrive by a guy called Sebastian Forsland. I think it's Sebastian Forsland. Hang on, let me just check for you. It is, yes, Sebastian Forsland. Also, before we go any further, friendos, it's Dan's birthday. Or rather, it was Dan's birthday yesterday, but we weren't streaming yesterday, so it's difficult to retroactively do things. So what would be excellent right now is if we could get some happy birthdays to FFC Dan in the chat. That would be lovely. I'll settle for some BBBBBBBs, but happy birthdays would be much preferred. Lovely old stuff. Oh, how are we doing today, guys? Oh. Hey, Pops the Cherry. There we go. You love to see it. That's more like it, friends. There we go. You got to get an HHHHHHBBBBBBB. Oh, it's going all right, Millie. It's going all right, man. How's yours? How's the streaming life treating you, my friend? It's exciting to see you streaming now. It's awesome. How's the St. Pauli save going? That's more like it. There we go. Gorgeous stuff. I've moved the mic slightly to the left today because I found that I was watching the VOD and I just kept leaning like this away from the microphone. So GG myself there. Dan wears army boots to bed. What? So incongruous. I love it. Oh, I hope there's a story there, or if that's just a random comment. Bon anniversaire, exactly. Oh, bloody hell. So yeah, situation today is obviously we've got, oh bloody hell, Fiona scared the shit out of me there. Wayne, thank you for the follow, man. First week of May birthdays. Does that mean your birthday was, oh, it's the 5th of May, not the 4th? God damn it, you nearly had a Star Wars Day birthday. Probably best that you didn't, I suppose. Hey, and Bennett. Well, I can catch you up, but what was the last thing you saw? Because we've actually kind of blazed through a lot of stuff over the past couple of weeks. Sorry, there's an M. M's in the house, friends. You made me delete the M button.
Yeah, we don't need it.
M's finally here, essentially, is what we're saying here.
I got a day off.
Yours is tomorrow. Well, in that case, Nine, happy birthday for tomorrow. All the bloody birthdays. It's my sister's birthday next week, too. Bloody hell. 6th in the league in November. Just beat Hamburg in the derby. That's the main thing. Support from the community. Honestly, Millie, mate, this is why I love about the FM community. When there's people that are like well known in the community but may not stream yet. The CC Network, thank you for the follow. That's awesome. Hope you're well today. But then when those people start streaming again, I know you streamed before, but still, there's always so much support shown. I think it's kind of like, you know, when like Henry recently started streaming, and I feel like the community just rallies around people that are like regular community members opposed of loads of people's chats, and I really, really like that about the FM community, to be honest. It's awesome. So, I made a little change that I'm going to test out on our more aggressive tactic, because I'm one of those people that never does ball-playing centre-backs, because I always start with such lower league teams that ball-playing centre-backs kind of don't really work in the lower leagues, particularly. But I'm never, like, ballsy enough to actually change over to ball-playing centre-backs when you get further up, because look at the fish. Is such a good ball-playing centre-back with his 13 passing, 16 vision. Like, he's so unbelievably good. Okay, he lacks a little bit of technique, but I figured for the more aggressive version of this tactic, we may as well have ball-playing centre-backs too, particularly as we don't have a playmaker in the centre of midfield. It might behoove us to have a bit of a passing ability from our centre-backs. Might stop them doing some silly bullshit. You just never know these days. So there you go. That's an idea for us. I've changed the scouting idea as well. I've switched it to under 70 or 17 and under, and I've done a kind of scattergun thing where we're going to try and see. Basically, I've just scouted as many players as I possibly could, and we're going to look through the scout reports instead this year, just to see if we can find anyone different. Ovalar's 31 now, so God, it feels like only yesterday he was a teenager. Where is he? There's Fernando Ovalar down here, 31 years old now. Nearly 100 caps for Paraguay, although I do wonder if he's internationally retired now, because I don't recall seeing him going out on any squads lately. Morning, Pablo. Morning, Holifab. How you feeling, buddy? I agree, Millie. It's phenomenal. And that's why I would honestly encourage you, if you are on the fence about maybe starting streaming and you're a regular in people's chats, you'd be amazed at how much support you would get just by taking that step to start doing it. 13 years at Tromso, yeah, I mean, I think it's actually 14 because of the way that works. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hang on, I can't count. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So this is the start of his 14th year. Still not a legend. Oh, I don't know if you were here for this, Ragnar. The club did him dirty. They made Jan Cavalcanti a legend, but he is still only, where is he? Is he even an icon? Yes, he's an icon. But they made Cavalcanti a legend ahead of Fernando Ovalar. That's so dutty that they would do that to the man. Cavalcanti, bear in mind, not even in the best 11. Like, not even close. Whereas Ovalar's got nearly 500 appearances for the club and nearly 500 goals to go with it. I think he'll get there. 34 goals he needs in all competitions. I think over the... And bear in mind, he's got 2 years left on his contract with a 3-year extension. So I think he can get to 500 goals and he'll definitely get 500 appearances, which is so damn cool. Minimum gear I'll need to do it. Honestly, Mark, you can do it pretty... Like, you don't need fancy cameras and microphones to start. You just need to be solid. You just need, like, basic equipment. Like, a microphone that isn't going to sound too bad, but you can pick one up for 20, 30 quid, potentially. Heck, I've got my old Blue Yeti that I could probably just give you if you want it, because that served me well for 7 years. A webcam, pretty much basic stuff. You can do a lot of it, but like with any of these things, the lighting is probably more important than the camera a lot of the time. So the actual barrier to entry is not that high. If you want more information about that, Mark, just DM me on any platform and I'll help you out, man. Hey, Nellis, how's it going, man? The crowbar was sold to Starbeck IRL. What are they doing? Why would they do that? God, they don't realise the majesty that is Kent R.A. Antonsen, do they? And I think it's up to us to let them know how much of a mistake they made. Got a £5 booster pack today. Pulled a card that's worth 2... Wow! Fair one, Luke. What was the card? I'm so out of touch with Pokemon these days that I wouldn't have a clue. Like, I haven't bought Pokemon cards since... Maybe not the original stuff, but there was like Jungle and there was another one that was released around about the same time. I used to buy those when I was a kid. There was a game shop in Harlow I used to go to. And I also bought some Japanese ones because they had random packs there too. So for all I know, I have some quite valuable stuff. I just wouldn't know. I don't know how the club makes that decision, to be honest. It's so bizarre. Like, I think it might have something to do with reputation, but it shouldn't do, really, for my money. Because you look at some of the people that are like icons. Renan Nelson, fair enough. Ovalar. Jordanov, really? I mean, he's fine, but he should be down here with like fucking Zanelli is already got on here as well. It's nuts. Yeah, that's what it is, Seabird. Cavalcanti has fed the school children of Norway. Ah, I knew there was a reason. Tied off to taking a shower and eating lunch. Yeah, but that's to be expected, isn't it? How long do they reckon until you're going to start feeling a little bit more yourself? I imagine these things take a while to recover from. Shit, I was going to do that, Pablo, and I forgot. Because I wanted to get some scouting done before we got onto stream today. That's annoying. I will definitely check that for Saturday's stream. Because I do want to see if that fixes it. Because it did seem that it was around about the time I started doing database testing for Showdown that my fixtures started fucking up again. And I suspect that's because when you set up online games, you have to test them using an online game. And I think that's what it is. I've extended a load of contracts of the younger players as well. Just to, you know, sort it out like that.
Good morning, good sir. How are you? Hope you have a good stream.
Well, bugger me. Thank you very much, Stretch. That's very, very kind of you. Not a name I recognise. So if you are new here, firstly, thank you for the 100 bits. Or if you're a lurker for a long time as well, thank you. That's awesome. But welcome. That's awesome, man. And the same to you, Nellis. Last week, wow. I'm curious. I always ask this, so don't feel like I'm putting you on the spot here, Nellis. How did you find the channel? Because I'm always interested in this kind of stuff because it's the only way you can learn, really, is to how to do more of that kind of stuff. But thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying the save. I'm having a bloody great time. Oh, just you wait till later. That's all I can say. I'm an idiot. It is the preface to that. So I've scheduled another friendly because I'm concerned that part of the reason that we might struggle a bit in our first Champions League fixtures is because our match fitness suffers so much as a result of not playing football over the winter. So I think we, in future, need to schedule way more friendlies and then just have a week off before the match day. And I think that could be part of the difference between us winning and losing these Champions League ties, because otherwise, I can't really explain why we suddenly look so bad during those first Champions League ties. Weird like that. Stewie's a Blue Yeti.
You came in summer. In winter, it can get very
depressing. Oceanic Bard Bronze God. That is a beautiful name. Thank you for the follow, my friend. Ooh. But yeah, no, Mark, feel free to DM me. We can talk about it. Obviously, if you have any questions about, like, gear and shit, feel free to put it in chat too, because obviously if I answer it there, then people might be able to learn from that as well. So, you know. Yeah, it's nuts that Cavalcanti, like, at least Pinedo had played a decent number of games for the club, whereas Cavalcanti, such a strange one. Stewie's a Blue Yeti. Yeah, Blue Yeti's a good microphone, to be honest. I used that microphone for 7 years. My parents bought that for me for Christmas in 2014, to give you an idea, and I've only just upgraded to this Shure SM7B. This was more of a treat for myself than anything else. But sometimes you got to treat yourself, right? That's what Parks and Rec taught me. I used to collect C920s as well because they were so cheap at the time. Not anymore, of course, but nevertheless. Third season with Morecambe. Every season with battling relegation. I feel like the best advice I can give in that sort of situation is just to kind of go young as possible and just try to build a team that will develop with you rather than trying to... I find that sometimes you don't have the bargaining position to get players that are Premier League quality, so I tend to start trying to sign those players while I'm still in like League One of the Championship and bring them up with me. That way, if I don't make any good signings, I like to believe that the players I've got will have improved in that period, so you kind of end up getting better naturally. That's all I can really say. The new scouting method, basically all I did was this is just me testing something out. It's more like scattergun. So what I did, basically filtered it by 17 so we can get them slightly younger, which means we have more time to decide if they're good enough. And I literally just went down and scouted virtually every single player. So we've got about 2K in the list, and we're going to look through the scout reports instead of doing it laser focused this time, just to do a bit of different stuff, see if we can find some of the players that might have slipped through the net during our previous scouting attempts, basically. So that's all I did. That way we can get into Champions League stuff today and then do some scouting that was already kind of done for us, I suppose. Oh, dearie me. Just, yes. I found that Chelsea are very good. Man City are also pretty good. But after a while, I find they tend to lag a bit. Like, once you get sort of 8 or 9 seasons into the save, City seem to get a bit weird, I found. Found it with Bolton. Anyway, all of OTI in one day. Holy shit. To be fair, there isn't actually that many... Like, considering we're in Season 4, we've actually got quite... Like, there's not actually that many videos. We've just got through quite a lot of game time just because of things like the not the transfers, like the job hunt stream. That was like 6 months of game time, basically. It was nuts. Oh dear. Lowest wage in the league. Yeah. Oh dear. Boris Whitler. Oh, hang on. So tell me about the hands guy. I need to know. What's this hands guy? Oh, well, they recommended. Hey, that's good. It shows that the algorithm ultra thing actually did something, basically. Like, you'd be amazed at how much of an effect that one video little experiment we tried out actually had. It's actually insane. Yeah, I think that might be part of our problem, to be honest. I don't think it's entirely down to us being bad tactically, because you've seen how good we are against the best sides when we're in the group with them, but I think our lack of match fitness coming into those ties is what's going to make the difference. And it might be, again, the same story this year, but I think for next year, we'll know. That's at least information in it, so we'll take that. Oh, dear. Blue Yeti, yeah. All of Blue microphones have kind of funny names. Like, there's the Blue Snowball, which is like the starter one that everybody tends to get. That's what I started off with as well. Yeah, so we'll do loads of friendlies, but obviously we're too close to it now. So I scheduled this friendly, but I still want a week off in between. That way you get fully rested, but they keep their match fitness. But you can see we just didn't play enough friendlies in pre-season. So my plan is, let me just have a look at this. So it's Liverpool there. Yeah, we'll schedule... See, this is the thing. There could be friendlies in here. As long as we have a big enough gap before the next Liverpool game, so this friendly here can go. But these two need to be here. That way the friendlies, hopefully, I like that. Blue Man. Good team name. Hopefully then, I won't cancel it yet though, because you know how this can be. Breezy! With the 6-month resub. Thank you, Breezy. How's it going, man?
SYC stonks, SYC stonks, SYC stonks, SYC stonks, SYC stonks, SYC stonks.
Something tells me SYC stonks. I can't imagine why I would think that. But there you go. Thank you, Breezy. That's amazing, man. How's it going? Ooh. Yeah, that method is pretty fruitful. How many scouts do we have now? It's not as much as 20, I don't think. It is 17 scouts, but it's around about the same, innit? So I love how Streamlabs Karen managed to somehow say those differently, even though it's the exact same word. I still can't quite figure out why she does the things she do. What time does BTCC start? I don't know. It's usually about 11. I'm going to miss it. I'm also going to miss the F1 on Sunday because Em and I are going to Birmingham to see her parents. So, obviously, it's still nice to see her parents, though. Bueno's got a work permit. That's fine. I signed Bueno to a new deal because we can. Vinicius won't sign a new contract, annoyingly. So we'll have to see how that one kind of goes. Oh, it's Mike's TTS guy. How did he get a German TTS dude? I know. Actually, to be fair, you can kind of set anything you like inside Streamlabs. Like when I was trying out Streamlabs Brian and whatnot, but nah. We had to go back to Karen in the end. We love Karen, don't we? Morning Slugsy, morning morning Maccas, morning Cheetah. I've done it again where I've read out the read out the text instead of the name. Yeah, you could change the language. It just, because of the fact that fiddling with the Streamlabs settings takes so long for it to like save properly that I just don't have how long to put it on. I wish we could, but we're not actually. Em's parents don't live in Birmingham anymore. They live in Devon, but it's actually quicker for us both to drive to Birmingham than it is for either of us to drive anywhere else. So we'll meet up in Birmingham where they used to live, and we're going to like the Licky Hills and stuff like that, I think, if Em can confirm. Aha! Right, okay. So, first set of scout reports have come through, and I guess there's a Stonks in there too. There's some quality players. Okay, obviously he's not, well, we'll look at him anyway, but pressing forward. Something tells me probably not a pressing forward. Can you, like, how can he be a pressing forward if he's not even a striker? Okay, that's new. Oh. Asymmetric eyes. He looks like he's got a lazy eye. The wonky-eyed kid is a beast. Hey, as long as he can see the ball, that's what matters. Players like this are what I'm really... Wow, he's 15, and he's already this quality. These are the types of players that I think I might have just glossed over before, so I'm excited to see... And this guy as well, 16-year-old fullback. Yeah, he's a fullback, all right. 6 foot, good jumping reach, potentially. Not too bad, not too bad. Fukuni pronounces it like he should do. Nice. Gotta mess with Hans. So this is what I want to try to do. Filter it out via this instead. Obviously... At this point, we're kind of ignoring a lot of these guys. But, like, this guy, Greek DM, Thanasis Drossos. He's even got a lovely little goatee. Not a goatee, a soul patch. Love to see that. Still scouting him, annoyingly, though. Another random dude. There's definitely a lot of quality to be had. I'm not really caring so much about the clubs they're at either. Just kind of going for it and see what comes up. And that's what we're going to try and do a bit of different scouting today. Going to be below average rad race. So, why exactly is that? Is it because it's difficult to pass? Thanos from Pauk. You got to love it. He can do a no-look pass while looking. That takes some doing. Licky Hills. Yeah, well, Em used to live around that area. So, but obviously he doesn't anymore. But Em's whole family used to live up there. But then Em's parents moved to Devon. And obviously Em, lives here. So, but yeah, it's all right, actually. I haven't seen much of the local area. I used to like going to Stourport. Sorry. That was quite a nice place. Oh, God.
Twitch stream bet says to invest in SYC, so dump your subs, bits and primes chat. SYC to the moon.
Am I like
SYC stonks.
Am I like GameStop? Is that what it is? I'm GameStart, boys. Thank you for the 5 months, Millie. That's awesome, buddy. Seems like, I mean, like any city, really, it comes down to whereabouts you go. There's dodgy places in Cambridge, for crying out loud. Every city has good areas and bad areas, quite simply. I think that's just just the law of averages, really. So most of these guys are pretty much crap, but it's worth giving them actually, I might discard a lot of them so that they stop scouting and don't get that second report through. That might help us. That many green numbers is the start of my chest to say. Oh, it's good, isn't it? It's good. Is that what his name means? That's awesome. Devon is a lovely place. Always used to go on holiday there as a kid. How is Furoy? Well, let's have a look at old Mr. Furoy. That's never going to get old. There he is. So he's on loan at Start at the moment. Ooh, what is it? I know that it's weird seeing regens, but he's not a bad, like, he looks somewhat human for a regen. So that's pretty good, really. He's developed quite nicely, actually. I mean, not for us, but he's not bad. He's not bad. I'll give him that. I want to make sure we've got some actual... Oh, no, not one. We'll 2 matches in there. That way, yeah. And that, I will still do 2 matches, even though it's pre-season, technically. Yeah, no, for sure. We went to Kingsbridge a couple of years ago, Em and I and some friends, and that was lovely down there. I can't remember exactly where it was near. Well, those of you that are Devoners will probably know exactly where that is, but yeah, never been to Torquay. Exeter, less so, but I did used to go there as a kid. I always used to go to North Devon as a kid, so places like Barnstable, Bideford, Appledore, you know the area. The new scouting setup, so all it really was just more like scattergun approach than normal. That's essentially all it was. Instead of me going like laser focused, I was just narrowing down a few little parameters and then just scouting everybody within those parameters. And I'd like to believe that it will maybe get us a few players that we would not have seen before because they would have slipped through the net. So that's what I'm trying to find, because I feel like we've lost out on a few bargains lately, and I want to find another Pinedo. to be honest. Like, that's what I'm mostly interested in. I want to find more of him, but it's difficult because, you know, he's a world-class player and Real Madrid stole him from me. The rest of these guys probably down to 50 I'll acknowledge, and below that, oh damn, I was hoping this guy would be better. Yeah, he's one of those players that had really good ranges of attributes. Wow, he's 17, already has international caps though. Oh, we were already scouting him anyway. And everybody below that point, I think I'll just discard again. That way we can remove them off of the scouting. I actually find that 70, depending on what kind of level your club's at, that could be too high. I actually go down as far as 50 sometimes because scouts have a habit. Oh dear, scouts have a habit of underestimating certain people. Oh shit! Did she? Enter is so lovely. Enter's great, mate. Best town ever. Oh. What does it say on the sign? Welcome to Enter. Now entering Enter. That could work. There probably is a town somewhere in like small town America probably called Enter. When you look at some of the towns that exist, like, you know, Intercourse, Pennsylvania, places like that. Wow, look at all these scout reports we're getting through. We'll deal with this first, actually. There's so many of them. Most of these are those initial scout reports that I hate, but still. Oh, another guy from Denmark. You love to see it. Yeah, like, for me, above 70 is great, but I've gone down as far as, like, 50 sometimes, really, because sometimes the secondary scout, when you scout them a second time at 50, sometimes they'll jump up to as far as 70 or 80. I've had that happen before. I think it sometimes comes down to what the scout first assesses. Oh, my God, Anonymous with the 5 gifted subs to Bugex, Crispo, Guzma, Engad, and Ken Belly. That's clever. I like that name. Thank you so much. That's amazing. Let's get some presents raining down. Oh, we're going to get 5 of these because it's an anonymous one. But still, nevertheless, that means each of you get your name on the screen. And that's always nice. What a guy and or gal. You love to see it. I say and or as if it's a guy and a girl simultaneously pressing the button together. I quite like that image now. Your friend Shikari lives near Enter. Does he really? Is that Nissan Albans by any chance? Now entering Enter, you can never leave. No, you have to go out there, Twinned Town, exit, or exit. It's in France. Oh, lovely stuff. Thank you very much. And I've barely ever been to Exeter. Like, the last sort of interaction in any way I had with Exeter was when I went on holiday to Knightsbridge or whatever, Kingsbridge with my friends. My friend's wife fell in a river backwards and lost her glasses in said river. And so they had to go to Exeter the next day in order to get new pair of glasses for her, basically, because she is blind, essentially, like completely, like relies on them heavily in order to be able to see, basically. So that was both hilarious and also quite bad at the same time, essentially. So yeah. Exeter and Enter are twin cities. I knew it. Enter sounds like someone that would be in Pennsylvania or something, wouldn't it? Galmaman. I quite like that as a name. For that alone, you're staying on the list, my sir. It's weird that he's like 5-star. I suppose it's because it's like he might be 5-star. We just don't really know. On the game. I wish you could. You actually can do that. You can make your own little name fixes to change the names of clubs and stuff. It's a shame you can't do nicknames for, like, which makes no sense to me. If you can nickname players, why can't you nickname like clubs and competitions and stuff like that? I would love to be able to change the name of the Football League trophy to the Strictly trophy no one cares about, like, firmly. But you could technically do it with a name fix. The rest of these guys I'm going to use as a cutoff point. God, we're getting so many of these through. Bear in mind, there's like 2,000 players on the list. Enter is French for berry. Oh dear. That's not what you want. Went to Exeter to get the glasses out of the river. Yeah, so what we did, right, was we got in a little tiny boat and then we followed it downstream. No, honestly, me and my mate were like, we were swimming around in that river, desperately trying to... So much so that we got a Pyrex bowl out the kitchen and we're using it like to try and see under the water because it was so murky and we didn't have like goggles or anything. And you couldn't see with your eyes open, but with the bowl for some reason you could see better. It was really weird. Still didn't find them. There's a video out there of that because we were filming. Basically, there was a trampoline next to the river and she thought it would be fun to try to backflip into the river, but she just sort of slipped and fell off the trampoline backwards and there went the glasses. It was I think I've still got that video somewhere. Definitely not something I could show on stream, but it's still quite a funny moment. Right, this is big actually. Liverpool now. Oh dear. Nickname stadiums. Yeah, exactly. That would cover up the fact that, well, you know, you have to like do that manual renaming thing, which I suppose is kind of what that is. That was on You've Been Framed, right? It is very much a slapstick moment, to be honest. Yeah, I'd say that's a good point, Millie, because technically all of this stuff can be done in the same way that a name fix works. You can actually make your own custom name fixes that do the same thing. to the point where I very nearly made my own custom name flicks that renamed Rijeka as a Croatian team because of that whole like drama. So stuff like that, you can actually do it. It's just effort in it. Right. So we're away at Liverpool today, which means we're going to go with the more defensive approach today. Going to leave the centre-backs on just centre-backery for this one and just sort of see. Oh, lordy. Elton John and Jean Valjean are both injured. That can't be the best. Surely he can't be. Oh my god, he is. Are we missing our left? Right, hang on. I think the best approach here is actually going to be this. And then Molina at left back. Because for me, Radabe, at the very least, can... No, failed fitness test. Not recommended. Hey, Damien. Thing is a youngster going to be better than Radabe out of position? What's his right foot like? Reasonable. Honestly, I feel like Radabe on his weaker foot, bearing in mind how good of a player he actually is, would be a better like option there for me. I feel like he's going to be better than any youth player there. Whereas we can at least put Molina in there with Stephen Castro and then the fish in that position. I'm okay with that. Obviously, Sandy will come back in here for Breachy instead. Nelson, Cochimano, Cavalcanti. It's nice to see him back as well. And Jesper Holton will be on the bench. I think that's the best we can do. Elton John, he's not actually fully fit and he's failed a fitness test, so I just don't think it's someone I can risk putting in the team. Yeah, I think Radabe's fine. If he had a really bad right foot, then I'd be a little bit more worried about it, but he's actually got a reasonable one, so I'm okay with that, to be honest. So, I missed that video. Did you? I swear you were there, Em. Where were you while all this was happening? Oh, God, yeah. I mean, to be fair, there's quite a lot of that in the UK as well, Oirio. Like, 3 Mile Bottom, for example, is a place. So, tactically, on the last stream, we decided to test something out against Barca because I just wasn't happy with some of the stuff we were doing. So, we wanted kind of a more defensive option and a more attacking option instead of our kind of neither here nor there option. So, this is what we played against Barca. We won 3-1 at the Camp Nou. So, you know, it's a work in progress, but I think we're on the right track tactically because we kind of come to the conclusion as well that the players were good enough, and it was actually probably our tactical shape being too simple and stuff that was holding us back, and it was too easy to break us down. When it worked really well, but it didn't do it enough. Double Met Salah. Well, yeah, the reason we go with the double Met Salah here, though, is we do at least have a ball-winning midfielder sat behind them, so they're not completely exposed when they do push forward. That was the problem with this idea here. It's just too attacking. So against weaker sides, you can get away with this, but against better sides, you need that cover, essentially. So that's what we're trying out. I haven't actually seen it yet, Damien, I don't think. Mine still isn't here, but it's very, very close. I should have, hopefully, my Forward Madison hoodie and my Forward Madison shirt by the next stream. Hopefully. You live in Nazareth, Belgium. That's awesome.
Here's a fun fact.
Oh, dear. Comex, thank you for the follow. And also, coming through in a sec, December, thank you for the 4 months. I'll get some preemptive Twitch sub hype in there before it pops up. And there it is. I'm well ahead of it there. Oh, is Steen on the bench? Oh, yeah, you're right. Hang on.
Finally have some time again.
I'd rather have
Handed
Jonathan.
in my master's thesis this week so I can watch the stream again.
Hell yes. That's awesome, December. I meant to the handed in your master's thesis. Obviously, it's lovely to have you back, but the important thing is that you took the time and did your master's. And how do you think it went, man? Yeah, I think Jonathan's better on the bench because he can play both positions. Somewhat. See, I'm not a big fan of inverting players for no reason. I think, like, he can play there. It suits the way we play. I'd rather him just keep in that role, to be honest. I've liked Mez's this season. I found that you need to give them space. That's all it really is for me. Hey, KJ. I'm good, man. How are you? 6 months. Oh, sad Al. I am jealous. Next Saturday, I am getting a haircut. And, oh, I can't wait, mate. I cannot wait. I'm literally going to have to end stream early on Saturday just so I can get to it. But I was like, I need to get this appointment, you know? Right. Liverpool. Actually, no. What is this system? Oh, okay. Very bizarre. I don't know how we're going to be able to play around that, but we'll do our best. I'm concerned, but we're defensively stable. We've shown a lot with this style. Hopefully we can get it to work. It's Tyler. Thank you for the follow. What's to write a paper from the results? Fuck yes. So that's a good sign. That's a really good sign, man. Congrats. When did you find out how well you did on it? I remember when Em was doing her thesis, which is actually, ironically, part of the reason we have this interface, because part of Em's master's thingy was showing the differences between different audio interfaces. So she had like 10 of them. And this was just the one that we kept, the Focusrite Scarlett, which is why it was very useful to not have to buy this when I did this mic setup. Otherwise, I would have got a different interface probably. Ended up at Rosenborg, a Colombian wonder kid. Of course he ended up at Tromso. And how's he getting on at Tromso is my big question, Shellamon. Hopefully he's doing well there. Yeah, we are still technically the underdogs. So we'll take that. They're running scared. Ah, the old working. Grateful for being born. I just can't wait to have short hair. It's going to be so nice. Hey, top of the morning. You're like, oh, God. I haven't heard that intro in a long time. Jesus Christ. Although I do still enjoy some of Jack's videos where he's like donating to small streamers. I'm a sucker for that kind of content. I just really enjoy watching it, to be honest. Felt like a lot. Yeah, I mean, given how thick my hair is, I reckon I could lose, I don't know, at least 5 pounds just with the haircut. To be honest, I'll take that. Hey, Tyler. So, I mean, it's just a question. It's a test, isn't it, really, for us here? See how we do at Anfield. We beat Barcelona at the Camp Nou with this style of play. We've got a slightly better... We've actually probably got a better lineup in certain areas. Cavalcanti's back now. And that makes a difference. So, yeah. Perfectly cut screen videos. That I haven't seen, actually. A woolly hat to wear afterwards as Zahuni's already through, and they already lead after 7 minutes. This Zahuni guy is actually ridiculous. I remember looking at him when Liverpool beat us that time in the Champions League before. It was filth. Like, he's just such a good player. And I swear they came up against this, like, tactic last time as well. I think they must have the same manager, to be fair. Oh, dear. How much are they? Oh, please don't. Don't even tempt me. Hey, HDA. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Okay, that is pretty sick, to be fair. I still like the one I've got. I know it's the old kit, but I still really like it, to be honest. Yeah, they're quite good on FM, but, you know, it's early days yet. If we had to take a 1-0 defeat, I would take it, you know? Although we actually haven't had a shot yet, so that's... Oh, there we go. There it is. Don't know what kind of shot it was, but probably not a good one. Another shot. Oh, go on. Set piece magic. Yam with the delivery. Yes! Orlando Castro. Liverpool 1, Tromso 1. This tactic is very much a case of break me down and I will catch you on the break or with set piece play. But sometimes you've got to grind it out. Come on. Okay, Tyler. Well, you know, be sensible, buddy. Obviously, it's nice to have people here, but, you know, try to be at least somewhat constructive. No, is it a friendly? Oh, I wish it was. I wish it was a friendly. Hey, sometimes you just need a shitty set piece to get your result. I'm still going to thrash my arms at them, though, because I'm never happy. Let's go. Happy with this. To be fair, we did concede, I suppose. I probably shouldn't have said that. Should have gone with that one. The fish is now pissed at me. You don't want a pissed fish. Away goal. Exactly. It's what we didn't get against Dortmund last time. Even a 2-1 defeat isn't the worst result in the world now. And it's not like they've been amazing against us so far. We've only seen one highlight of a Liverpool move. I'll take that. Is he Algerian? I think he's Moroccan. I think. Although I think he's probably more... I think he's Moroccan-Dutch. There's a lot of... oh, go on. Uh-oh. Oh, God. He's going to run straight through us now, isn't he? There's 3 defenders back. One runs right past one. Great tackle from Radabe. But I'll show you him after the match, if you remind me. Oh, shit. He's through again. Oh. He is just unbelievably good, isn't he? He's the type of player that when you get in those positions, they seem favourite to score, unlike every other striker that we have, you know? God damn. I thought we had that quite well covered, but he's just... Yeah, he just doesn't make the run. Dutch-Indonesian. Ooh, that's quite a nice combination, actually. I've not seen that before. Actually, that's probably not true. I almost certainly have. Yeah, thank you, actually, no, man. That's probably better. Right, let's make some subs. I'm not going to obviously try and push for it too much because, ooh, Kuchimano's had a poor day. Jonathan definitely is the sub here. And Nelson's been poor, so yes, Maholton maybe. Hopefully we'll have fresher players as well for the second leg. Because remember, it's not straight away. And maybe even... Yeah, the lack of match fitness, I think, could definitely be an issue for us. But still, if we only was to lose 2-1 here, I'd still be okay with that. I might just turn on shoot on sight for the final part of this game. Take a couple of long ranges. Maybe bang one in accidentally almost. Not accidentally, but you get what I mean. Oh, God. 3-1 would be much worse. I would really not like to lose this 3-1. Although a counter-attack, if it's possible, which is not. Oh. 2-1 is a good result, really. Because I feel like we could be quite good at home, particularly as we'll be much fresher then. Oh, shit. How is he not off? Oh, never mind. He's missed it. He's missed it. We got the away goal, which is something we didn't do last year, and will be much fresher this time. Oh, imagine if we equalised, though. 2-2 would be a really strong result. And I don't think we deserve it, but who cares what you deserve? Oh, what on earth. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Terrible putt. Oh, I thought he was going to leave that. 2-1 is a pretty safe result. Yeah, honestly. Champions League's weird like that. Oh, that's a good pass, actually. Come on. Imagine if we did pull something out, though. 2-2 would be an extremely good result. But 3-1 starts to get a bit more difficult to overcome because it requires that 2-1 victory. And again, why doesn't he just make the simple pass? Okay, relatively straightforward. Yeah, without a right back and not with full match fitness, I'd take that. And we've not exactly been awful in this game. We've just not been great going forward, but that's kind of what you have to expect. 2-1 is fine. Right, let's have a look at Zahouni then so we can sort of see. Yeah, so he is Moroccan, in fact. Not even... Oh, that's where I got confused. He is Moroccan, but he came from a Dutch team. Oh, dear. I mean, look at him. He is absolutely outrageous. He's got to be up there with some of the best, like, players in the world. I think he's already won the Ballon d'Or in this save, actually. Like, there's nothing this guy can't do. Even his finishing being kind of low. But, like, the composure, he makes up for it in other areas. He's got the speed. He's got the agility. He's just a ridiculous player. 104. He's got over 100 international goals. Like, that is extraordinary, basically. Ah, dear. It's not the end of the world. It could definitely be better, but it ain't the end of the world. It's definitely... Then again, we got a 0-0 draw against Dortmund, and I was happier with that. But something tells me just getting an away goal. And I think we'll have to go a bit more attacking in the home game against Liverpool, but I think that's our only choice there. No, I never do the second one, do I? Oh, dear. He is a bit Suarez-y, yeah. Oh, wait, is that exactly Suarez's, like, career path? That's pretty cool. Contessao, okay, that's fine. So now, we've got a bit of a rest before the next Liverpool game, which means we can get friendlies in and get match fitness fully up. I think 4-4-2... I would, Mr. Progger, but then I would burst into tears, and we don't want that, do we now? Stevie G. So, interestingly, Steven Gerrard is actually the Wolves manager on my other save now. Hang on. Okay. Sorry. Why is there a What? Is this like that Rosenborg thing again? But it's not Leicester's stadium. There's no team in it. They just ran.
I'm the Pope. Cooper, take off
Oh,
the Pope.
ADC Season 11 Pog. Thank you for the follow, man. Hey, Kippy. I'm good, man. How's it going? I am just a little bit... Well, but think about it like this. Even if he was the manager for Leicester, what on earth could he have done to get a stadium named after him if it was built in 2023? It's the same exact thing as... Do you remember... Obviously, our new stadium is being built currently, but if you recall, they built another stadium on the island at random and then named it after a guy who played for Rosenborg. Is this that kind of same situation? He's funded it himself. I opened my own hotel. What on earth? Tell you what, right? This save has had some weird shit. I love FM when it throws up some stuff like this. There's a story I talk about in tonight's OTI video about what's happened with... Actually, I will run the segment for that, yeah.
What the f was that?
Oh, hang on. So you have the same stadium, Classic Return, just a slightly different year. That is weird. I guess that must be it. Maybe it's because he's an English legend, maybe, or something. Not a clue. So this is Asta Vran... Wow, what is that name? I wouldn't even have a clue at how to say that. Vranks? That's probably not even close. Did get some Belgium caps in the end. Been around the block a little bit. Started off in Mechelen, then went to PSV, presumably for enormous money. Nope, okay, for free. Wow. Didn't play there, of course. Then to Dortmund for free. Didn't play there, of course. And finally found a club he was actually allowed to play for. England... No, because if it was, it would say that, would it not? Yes, I'll take it, Walweeter. I think maybe it's because, I don't know, is there national team legends that they use to build stadiums names? Did England, like, host a tournament or something, and then the game had to fill in or something because of, like, That's the only thing I can think of. It's the only thing I can think of. Lost the Champions League final with FC Nordsjælland. With Season 2? How on earth did you get to the Champions League final? It's Season 2 with Nordsjælland. That's mental. Should be it is a bit like that, isn't it? I was kind of going for that whole sitcom vibe. Yeah, well, let's have a look at Leicester. See if he was manager there. Because obviously we can't see him. But we can have a look at their manager's history. So, yeah, they've not had a manager for 10 years. That's unfortunately one of the downsides of this database setup, but it is what it is. I assume we're going to end up finding the normal... Yeah, now I'll delete one by one. It's still going to be Michael Beck from Midtjylland, I'm guessing. Oh, he's moved. If nothing else, Viking, it means we get to keep a track of Michael Beck and where he's ended up. So now he's at Vela BK. So we can rest easy tonight knowing that my man is getting some football. So we did Sahuni, we did the Stevie G mystery. We need to get Scooby-Doo on the case, I think. That is bizarre. So I think for the second leg against Liverpool, we need to be a bit more proactive and we'll use our other version of the tactic. But I think long term, we need to make sure we've got more friendly scheduled before the first Champions League game. But the thing is, when does our preseason start? I do wonder if there's even a limit to how many games we could have possibly played. And that might be a real issue long term. Hang on. Oh my god. Yes, Mulder. Holy crap.
Cooper, do not hate me. I am familiar with over 600
Mugger Hansen and William Bjerge. Thank you for the follows, guys. It was Given Sterard all along. Bloody Given Sterard. We have started the knockouts. But we lost the first leg 2-1. 2-1. So yeah, Mulder have just spent £8 million on a player. Concerning that it's a fullback with that quality of crossing, I agree. I mean, that's just absolutely shocking, isn't it? But he's actually not bad elsewhere. So the fact that Mulder... Look, Mulder have a player on £26,000 a week. Like, Norwegian clubs are actually spending. So basically what it is, ADC, it's a special face pack that you can... It will automatically assign realistic looking faces to regens without them. So this is not a real player. It's not a real player, obviously. But it's not a real player's face either. It's just a randomly generated face. Yeah, it's not the best signing, but it's cool to see that they're at least willing to splash money around. I guess that's what I was mostly noticing there, is that they were actually willing to put their money where their mouth is for once. He is very strong in the air, to be fair. Mark Tabor. I thought that was the ball. Although, actually... Oh, shit the bed. An actual inverted wingback that's natural. Yeah. When you don't want them, there they are. Habib Koulibaly. Wow, he's... Okay. So all of these guys, I'm just going to... Because they're already on that first scouting pass, so I'll just let them do it. Wow, we found so many players. Javier Cola. Love it. Does that mean there's a genuine opportunity that a player could be called Coca-Cola because of Coca being a name that's like available to sort of Spanish-speaking countries? Like, that feels like something... Javi Cola. Thirsty chat? Javi Cola. Oh, I hope he's good. He's not, though, is he, unfortunately? That would have been amazing. Hello, Cambrodia. How are you, man? I'll still do that, though. And then that is my cut-off point. The rest of these guys we will disregard, so to speak. Pepsi. Pepsi? Oh, of course. So, yeah, there's obviously the Pepsi Arena. There's a team called Pepsi. But really, we want to be looking at this Laotian guy whose name is Pepsi. Pepsi Shayafoma? So the reason that some have regen faces is because I had a huge issue with the game where I literally had to reinstall the game and my graphics drivers due to some strange bug that SI still can't fix, and they don't know what's caused it. But the point is it's fixed now. But when I did that, it buggered up the RTF file that's used to generate the faces, meaning that if I was to then try and run the face pack thingy again, it would regenerate all the faces for all the players and we'd lose all of our existing faces, unfortunately. That's the reason that... So younger players won't have the faces because I haven't been able to generate any for about 3 years now because of that, unfortunately. So it's a shame, but I'd much rather have some faces than none at all, if that makes sense, or risk losing all the ones we currently have. That was one of the sad outcomes of that situation, sadly. Coca-Cola would probably be up there for me. E. coli. Imagine that being his name. Born on Sunday. Big fan of that. We had a player called Sunday Friday once. Or rather, we saw a player called Sunday Friday. Pepsi Xylophone. Pepsi Xylophone. Banana. Let's have a look. I bet you Banana has at least got some clubs. Bonita Banana Sporting Club. This is in Colombia, right? Or Ecuador. No, Ecuador. Okay. Okay. Is there someone called Banana? How on earth is Rigobert... What? That's Bafana. Prince Banana. Young Bafana. It's because it's coming up with, like, similar names. There's Banaba. But why has Anthony Valencia got Banana in his name? Ah, Banyana. There we go. So, not quite close, but better than I expected. Oh, Tango. There's bound to be a player called Tango. Miami... Oh, that's such a shitty badge. There's so much they could do with that. That's a waste. Is there a player called Tango? Ah, it doesn't look like it. Wilson Fernandez. Tangay, obviously. Loads of Tangays. Elliot Tangay. Heck, I'm half expecting to find Alex Tangay in here. He's just given up hockey. No Tango. Tongo? That's pretty close to Tango. I mean, not really in any way. But sadly, no. I just like the idea that... Precisely. With a name like Miami Tango, they could proper do a forward Madison, but they've chosen not to, and that's kind of disappointing if you ask me. Right, so Mr. Fire Fernandez is doing well. Ooh. Zanelli, not so much. Why is that? Is he pissed up not leaving again? Oh, he wants to start more games. To be fair, he is very good. But it's always a toss-up between him and Cav. Thankfully, that's why having two players is quite useful. Fred Friday. Scored on every day of the week except Friday. That is just a travesty. Like, how is that possible? Like, statistically, that's... I suppose... Are there less Friday fixtures, potentially? Well, that's going to be a no. You absolute melon. Imagine, like, the thing is, if he left, it would be to someone really not in Norway. And I'm concerned that we might not be able to keep him. The only thing we can hope for is that he drops his, like, disappointment and we're able to get him on a new contract before the summer comes round, and then they can do... Yeah, it's the last thing we need, is to lose him. Quite frustrating. Oh, not we need, but, like, Norway needs, because there's no way he goes to another Norwegian team. Dandelion and Burdock! What, do you reckon there's a club out there called Dandelion and Burdock in the same sort of vein as Dagenham and Redbridge? You never know. You know when you've been tangoed? No, that would require way too much, like, self-awareness now, wouldn't it? Did Sandberg just score every single goal in that game, or was that Renan Nelson? Oh, no, he grabbed 3 in a row in quick succession. Oh, shit. Phew. Named after the dance, not the drink. That kind of makes sense, I suppose. There's quite a large sort of... Tango, is that Cuban or is that somewhere else in South America? There's a large South American influence in, like, Florida, isn't there not? Particularly Cuban. Lucky Richards. Great name. Love it. He's a keeper. 19, annoyingly, but I'm still kind of tempted to keep scouting him because I'm just curious more than anything else. The rest of these guys are already being scouted. Wow, it's a Georgian. And he's not potentially awful. That'd be cool. Stephen McGrath here, an Englishman at Slovan Bratislava, because reasons. Dario Gomez. He's quite good. He's at Valencia. Omar Rosas. Jeroen Bosch. Actually, we already know all about him. 10, 12, 16. He's not awful, actually. Tango is a drink. Yeah, so obviously, yeah, I realise that some of you may be in countries where perhaps tango is not a regular drink. So in the UK, tango is a... It's hard to explain. It's a fruit-flavoured soft drink that comes in several flavours, including apple, which is my personal favourite, orange, and I believe there's a cherry tango as well. Yeah, go for it, Sad Al, as long as it's not something spammy. It's like Fanta. Yeah, kind of... I think they have a slightly different flavour profile. Lemon. There's lemon fun. Lemon tango. Wow, that sounds quite nice, actually. Big Mac and Cola. That'd be great. No, it's not Fanta. We have Fanta as well. Fanta is a different drink. It's like another drink. It has a slightly different... it's hard to explain. Like, they are definitely distinct drinks that you'd be able to tell the difference between the two if you'd had both of them. It's Pepsi Fanta. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Is that how it works? So one's owned by Coca-Cola and one's owned by PepsiCo. That makes a lot of sense, to be fair. Like squash but fizzy. Yeah, that's a very good description of it, actually. At the moment in Bapop, we're trying something different. Where I'm just doing, like, scattergun scouting at the moment. And these are all scout reports that I've personally requested. Whereas before, I would go through and individually scout players myself. But this time around, we're trying to do something different. If we could retro game, I would be extremely happy. I still stand by the fact that the Iron Brew energy drink tastes nothing like Iron Brew at all. Like, don't get me wrong, it's fine. But God, we're getting so many reports. Ooh, a Serbian right back. Ooh, actually, marking's not great. He's got tackling's okay. He might be quite a good player, actually. Exciting. Morning, Brav. We're owned by Corona, really? Ah, fair one. Is that because Corona's... But is that... haven't Corona maybe got like another... Roland Coot. Love it. There's a guy I found earlier called Donald Doob, which is a great name as well. This man... I'd have to call him the Duck. I know we've already had a Duck, but... Nikolai Henriks. God, there's so many good Danish players. And this guy's not at FC Copenhagen. These two are, though. Christ. FC Copenhagen just spewing out defenders. We might just be about to rob Denmark here. Thomas Bester. I'll be the judge of that. Collins. Okay, wow. Exciting times. Kim Min! It's Kim Min, chat! I always knew we'd find his reincarnate. And he's a younger version, obviously, but that's fine. And he's a ball-winning midfielder, but that's fine too. We'll overlook that for now. I thought his name was Top Tits. Apostolos Top Tits. That would have been a superb surname. Close one, though. Graham Townsend. He sounds like the oldest 17-year-old in the history of mankind. You're already being scouted. You guys are already being scouted, I think, and we'll discard the rest.
Cooper, take off the Pope hat.
Jake Jakku2. Thank you for the follow, sir. Yeah. Imagine that. We just end up breeding out the new, like, Danish national team. And I'll be fine with that as long as they're good. The last name is Duckworth. She's one of 3 kids and her parents are legends and their middle names are genuinely Daffy, Donald, and Jemima. That is Jemima Puddle. Like, not just Jemima, but Puddle. I had a teacher called Miss Duckworth once. I wonder if there's a relation there. Probably not. Save got corrupted. Use custom English database with at least a 13 and start and join your team as the assistant. Holy shit. He'd be quite good. For a second, I thought he was really bad because I saw red and immediately assumed bad, but that is outrageous. What league are you playing in, Sado? You could just let him take over. At that point, I'd just be like, you tell you what, mate, you just do it yourself. I'll be just watching. How about that? San Pellegrino Blood Orange. Oh, right. I remember San Pellegrino, when I used to work briefly at a wine shop, I was doing delivery stuff. They had San Pellegrino there, and I'd sometimes... on my breaks and stuff. Wow. I sometimes have some. And the lemon one is just so bloody refreshing, to be honest. It's just... the league starts in... like, April. But obviously we've got Champions League and the Super Cup. The least Super Cup of all time. In the meantime as well. 19-0. Well, it is a friendly after all. And we... Look at the XG. Look at the fucking XG. Bullying fishermen. I'm pretty certain we've, like... put them in batter. We've quite literally battered the fishermen. That is crazy. Bearing in mind, last season, we actually won a competitive game 17-0. Look, in the first round of the Cup, we beat Harstad 17-0. And that was a competitive match, not a friendly. Christ on a bike. Hey, Butsy. Hang on, did you say 70 shots? Where is it? Where is it? You know you're bad. You know you've done bad when you nearly have as much shots as you do possession. I kind of want to look at the stats for this game as long as it doesn't. 33 shots on target. Oh god. Mengesta here with his 4.9. Keeper still got a 6.9. Imagine that, conceding 19 goals and getting a 6.9. To be fair to him, he did make 14 saves, so it does kind of balance out. Anyone do a good job off the bench for him? No, not really. Imagine when players come off the bench and still do a terrible job. Help, I'd like to report a murder. Renan got a hat-trick. Facundo Cochimano got 5. Jan got 5 as well. There was an own goal in there for good measure. We scored. They easily could have conceded more. Exactly. Thankfully, Edu, that was during the off-camera period, so luckily I didn't have to, which is just as bloody well, because that would have been... Do you remember that time where we were... Right before I did the leg waxing bit of my stream, and we ended up in that match where I think it was like 7-5 or something, and the match just never ended. Em was just sat there with the wax strips like, is this going to happen anytime soon, Matt? 80% of the teams was done by this guy. Hey, if I was in that position, mate, I'd be doing the exact same thing. Oh, there's Thanos here. I want to find a player called Thanatos, just for Hades references alone. Kurt Dank... Oh, wow. Okay, Dutchies. Does danke mean thank you in Dutch as well? Or am I just going well off piece here? Because I kind of want a guy called Kurt Thank You something. Dutch names always translate brilliantly. Oh, Chris Richards is that Chelsea guy that's like their hot prospect, isn't he? Marcel Biesel. Nice name. Cool. Frederick Yell. Some good names here, actually. Not that the name is the most important thing, of course, but still pretty cool. Is nothing. Oh, that's a shame. Do the impression again. Which impression? Yeah, I know it was German, but I wasn't sure if there was like one of those situations where it's kind of similar. Dank is thank and Lou is lazy. So it's kind of like, thank you, fine, whatever. I guess. It's the closest we're going to get. Literally no, which is the main thing. Thank you, resident Dutchies, as always. Do the impression of M. When did I do an impression of M? Have I literally forgot myself doing that already? Okay. There's Sheriff L. Strawberry. Oh, one of these days. Except not one of these days, because he's now turned 19 and it's worth £13 million, apparently. Good lord. Wilson Palacios. I swear there's a real player called Wilson Palacios. Also, a player called Wang. You'll love to see it. Yeah. I think most of the rest of these guys can be binned off. Thanatos. Oh, yeah, no, I assume it was. I was talking about the Greek god and all that. I was more referencing Hades. Thank you would be Dank you of Dankajul. What, like Jan Vennegar of Hesselink? What a name that was. Oh, phew, thank God for that. That's fine. We'll get Mohamed Afash out of the team. Not that he's ever actually played for us at all. Fernandez is a really good trainer. I'm guessing that's because he's a model citizen, isn't he? Or rather, he was. What is it with this? It means thank you, guys. That's almost certainly incorrect because Google Translate, but that's still quite funny. Yeah, Wilson Palacios was at Wigan, right, yeah. Emma, she was waiting for the game to... Oh, but then I'd have to butcher her accent. You'll get there in the end, Dan. You'll get there. Go on, buddy. You can do it. Keep trying. 12-0 against Alta. George... Wow, that's not bad, actually. Mulder are still going to get hammered, though, because annoyingly, they've got... God, there's more lovely stuff. Because they've got Spurs in the next round. They've a player called Amy. Cool. It's a bit like that player we found called Jasmine. Might draw that as my line. Oh, no, the Georgian guy. Rip him. Like, Timmy Tantrum is a superb name. Oh, God. It's back. It's that page. It's this page that triggers it, and I don't know why it does it sometimes. So worry not, chat, that was my end, and I don't understand why it's been doing this again after I turned this shit off. And it didn't do it for weeks, and now it's back. Weird. Maybe there was a Windows update. That has to be the reason. Never forget Naughty Naughty. This is true. Never forget the legend that is Naughty Naughty. I love that this Danish guy is persisting as... Like, they are staying... Francisco Jesus Mutt. GG, Valencia. GG. Julius Christensen. Okay. 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 He is intriguing. He feels like the type of guy that I would potentially go for. Look at some of the mentals he's got at 17. Not bad technically either. Driven personality. Lacks a bit of speed, but that could easily be worked on. I think he could be one of the players we've definitely got to pick up. I want to get him fully scouted first, and I imagine they'll want a bit of money, but we've got money. Frank Johnson. Cool name. I like that. Good old Frank. Roland Coop, the Ducks still knocking about. Nikolai Henriksen, still potentially signable. Obviously, he's at Fredrikstad, so... A Syrian guy, Fadil Hassan. We can't find out exactly what he's like yet. The rest of these guys I'll keep scouting, and the rest I will discard. Oh, a Belarusian. A guy called Lincoln Matiz was a pretty cool name as well. Hang on, sorry, what was his name? I thought his name was Jorn Flobbergoster. That would have been a much better... Hang on, wait. There's two Flobbergsetters. Are they the Flobbergsetter brothers? Well, I'll be damned. I'll take that. They're not good, but still. You've had a Coca-Cola. That's pretty cool. That's not bad. Yeah, it's this screen, and I don't know what to do to stop it, and I don't know why it's happening. Right, how do we turn those off again? We found the system sound settings before, and I can't remember where they were, because that shit's annoying, and we need to figure out how to turn it off, because it's going to annoy me, but it's going to annoy you more importantly, and I don't want that. There was definitely a system sound settings for how to turn it off, but I can't remember where it was. It obviously switched itself back on with a Windows update. Because obviously, the amount of things I have to remove every time Windows does an update is actually ridiculous. What's that? You want Cortana? No, I don't fucking want Cortana. Piss off, Windows. Amine Meziane. Okay, let's go. Macadus Carlson. Isn't that the guy? Isn't that the chess guy? The guy that's also really good at FPL. Right. Sound icon. Sound mixer. Well, I've got volume mixer. Oh, I see. Yep, you're right. Yep, I see it. System sounds. Bam. There we go. Right, that should fix it. Yeah, it's weird. It's this screen, the social screen, or the news. No, it's the social feed screen, isn't it? Really odd. Right, that should be fixed now. Don't know why my music stopped. Oh, right, it was in between songs. I thought I just muted Spotify while I was at it. Wait, no, I can keep scouting him, can't I? Some of these guys are bound to be good enough for us to try and pick up, but I want to make sure we've got a bit more knowledge of them first. Bear in mind, there's like 2,000 players in the scouting list at the moment. So by the end of April, we should have a decent amount of players we can pick up, which is going to be awesome. Because sometimes you just want to do a bit of scattergun. Nanini is a cool name. Enzo Citraro. God, he sounds Italian. Like, he is very Italian. If there's a scale of Italianness, he is on it towards the very end. He's like a 9.5. Actually, wait, he's still got 5-star. I guess it's because he's not fully scouted yet. My man Kurt, thank you guys. Oh, we can do. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Stanislav Sucky, nice. I know it's Suchi, but still. Alex Cole. Yeah, I think that might be our cut line on that one. See you later, Nellis. Thanks for coming by, man. Right, okay, we've actually got a game that we can watch. Probably the best chess player that ever lived, but yeah, hey, there you go. I was still correct. Even the best chess player could still be described as a chess player. Ayrton Senna was still a racing driver, you know? Okay. Although if you ask the Tromso board, they'd probably disagree. Wait, no, I want to play the more attacking version, don't we? Hopefully it will shuffle it around properly. There we go, Elton's back. That's more like it. I want that switched around, though. Ovi, Yanni through the middle. Oh, yeah, we got... I always find it weird how the Super Cup has a smaller bench than every other competition in the whole of Norway for seemingly no reason. Hey, Vaughn! How's it going, man? You'll be saddened to know that we did lose our first leg against Liverpool. Only 2-1, though, so we've got an away goal. And it could have been a lot worse. So, it's not the end of the world. But we suspect it was down to match fitness, partly. The Usain Bolt of chess. Yeah. See, I'm not really into chess, nor do I don't know anything about chess other than, like I know the basic rules of chess, but that's literally it. My knowledge of chess extends nowhere beyond that. Pay their wages. I mean, they're not, though, are they? Not at this point. Basically, Vlado Vasilovic and Marcio Pinedo's sale is what's paying their wages currently. Totally off topic, chat, but it kind of went under the radar. On Tuesday's stream, I didn't have a single pee break. And that might be the first time ever that I've managed that. So, you know, gonna pat myself on the back there. As Anonymous gifts a sub to Vaughn, probably the most deserving man of a gifted sub of all time. There he goes. Thank you very much, Anonymous. That's lovely. Ah, dear me. Center reference struck better. I just know nothing about chess. Only on Twitch. Yeah, I've never really watched. I know that Twitch is quite chess is quite big on Twitch. And there's a lot of drama surrounding it. I always see it on things like LSF. But yeah, okay, an okay start to this game. I want to see how these new ball-playing centre-backs do, to be honest. Hey, Henry. How's it going, man? I don't even know the rules. I mean, I know, like, the basic rules, but nothing more beyond that. Assault-inducing game and sport. I guess a question of what on earth touch was that from Carsten Set, by the way? Jesus Christ. Not enough hydration. Well, this is the thing. I actually was drinking about as much as normal, so that's a weird one. Although, actually, no, I maybe wasn't, because that is not a penalty. Stop punching when he hits the floor. 23-year-olds and still hold it. Wow. That's pretty good. Like, as Ovalar slams us. That's another goal. He only needs 33 goals now to get to the 500 goal mark. Maybe at that point, the board will finally consider him to be a club legend. If we're lucky. If this man ends up not getting club legendary status despite playing over 500 games and scoring over 500 goals, I will be
I've
absolutely
froze.
livid.
I have the opportunity for TTS and I froze. Oh man. I'm sorry. But I feel my thinking process was important.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like, he spells it perfectly correctly, and Brian's just like, I'm gonna fuck you right up, Diz. Diz, thank you for the 100 bits, man. How's it going, buddy? Your streams have been popping off lately, man. Congrats. I always see these things. Spiron99, thank you for the follow, sir. Pull umbrella game to... Probably, yeah. Hey, Polybius. How's life treating you, man? So, is it like a yearly thing, the World Championship, or is it like there's more time in between? Again, my familiarity chess is 0, as far as anything beyond the rules. Also, leading goal scorer is only favourite person. Yeah, I don't understand what the criteria are for it, to be honest. It's baffling to me that Jan Cavalcanti and Pinedo are considered club legends, and yet a man with nearly 500 goals for the club is not. It just completely ridiculous. But regardless, I still want him to get the 500 goals, and I feel like he'll be able to do it. He's going to be here for another few seasons. He'll be able to get the 30-odd goals required in that period of time. Even if we have to start playing him in like meaningless league games towards the end to make sure that he gets it, because he's going to have that same quality until he's about 34, 35. Easily going to get 500 goals for us, no doubt. Sandberg, oh, he's going to go through, finds it through for Renner Nelson, and it's a good save from the goalkeeper. Of course, yeah, well, COVID messed everything up, didn't it, really? I think there was very few things that COVID didn't fuck up in some measurable way. Nope. After a quick think, I've decided that nothing. Nothing really was not fucked up in some dimension, I suppose. A chill week after your placement. Nice. Oh, shit. Yeah, that reminds me, actually. I've got to go down and vote after stream. I need to remember to do that. Usually it's something I do like really early in the morning, but I just didn't have time before stream today, so I'll do it after. Nothing says excitement like voting for the new police, fire, and crime commissioner. And why would you want to commission crime? That seems like the exact opposite of what you'd want to do in that position now, wouldn't it? Liverpool legend Neil Mellor. Oh. The stream didn't go... Well, to be fair, the streams... Okay, I suppose that's technically a point there, because the streams wouldn't have actually happened were it not for COVID, in a way. Because I probably wouldn't have been able to find the time and, like, desire to start streaming were it not for the whole, well, we're going to be locked in our houses forever, so I might as well have some fun with some FM streams. It got me to get over my anxieties, to be honest. That's what did it. It was just that push that I needed to start streaming and just get over myself and stop being so anxious about doing streams. Hang on, sorry. Why on earth did Twitch just censor the word Haj? Like, you know, the guy's name. Is that like a swear word in a different language that I don't know about? Didn't see Commissioner Gordon on the ballot paper. I accidentally voted for Roger Goodell. It's just one of those things. I see Commissioner and I just assume. If Gary Bettman was on there, I'm just listing off like American sports commissioners. I bet you none of them are even in charge of the sports anymore. Yeah, Cavalcanti. Oh, it's going to come back to him. Not quite. Yeah, so there's county council elections today, and there's also the police fire commissioner thingy majig. Is it? I mean, that's all well and good on that, but it's literally the guy's name. Like, so like, this is one of these things where Twitch just looks at everything through a certain lens and just ignores every other culture or like language. No, mine's voting for the crime commissioner as well. We've got county council and that. I guess, but I suppose, like, language. Then again, this is the platform that banned the blind playthrough, so we're not expecting too much here, are we? Right, okay, 3-0 up, strong performance from us so far. I'll take that. We've certainly got better as the game's worn on. Have a referendum on how the council is running. Oh, right, okay. We've just got the vote for council kind of thing. Yeah, so to be fair, Twitch has a habit of like adding words back to our block list after we remove them, because we have to add a strange number of it means someone who's completed the Hajj to Mecca. So is that like the Islamic version of a pilgrimage? I genuinely don't know. Like a pilgrimage to Mecca. I'm not super familiar with the theology behind that, but if I was to guess. Oh yeah, so literally exactly the sentence I just used. Right, no, that sounds... I can see... Oh, God, anyone can use anything as a derogatory term. The pilgrimage. And we've actually conceded. And it was bloody Jesus Agita. To be fair, he's not celebrating Icelandic swear words. I don't know. What I love about swear words in other languages is that they translate weirdly. So the literal translations are really interesting as to what's considered swearing in certain countries and what isn't, because a lot of them don't have direct translations to certain English words. I think that's really fascinating to me. I've always been quite interested in what the word I'm looking for here? Linguistics and stuff like that. Grant Harrison with the 9-month resub. Grant, we've just had a Twitch baby, sir. What are we calling it? Is my question to you. Ed Sheeran in a new shirt sponsors of Ipswich. Really? That's pretty cool. Huh. Fair enough. He's in love with the shape of 442. You may use it. Oh, that's kind of cool, Dave. Yeah, around here it's just, you know, Essex County Council. So, just I don't know what colour the bins are or something useful like that. Swears are like, you're exactly that type of swearing, but it's like one word, and I'm just like, I wish I could condense English swear words into that, you know? Basic, uncool, or Chugi. I've never heard that word in my life. If you want to learn Punjabi swear words, I can teach them at the end of the next... Yes! This is where it pays to know people are fluent in other languages. Hey, I tried okay. How's it going, man? Welcome. Juddy as well. Thank you for the follow, sir. I think I was gifted a sub to your stream a couple of weeks ago. I think. Might be wrong about that. A massive Ed Sheeran face on the shirt. No, what would be better, right, is if it's like that... You know the Burger King Hetafe one? Where they lifted the shirt up and it had the Burger King guy on the bottom. But it's Ed Sheeran's face. So when they take the shirt off like that, it's just Ed Sheeran's face. That'd be way better. The Welsh for shambles, if that's any use. If I'm ever in Wales, that's how we could describe my management ability. Yes, we did just win. I tried. It was only the Super Cup, though, to be fair. So it wasn't, like, super important. How'd it go in Europa League? That's a good question, actually. I don't know if it it was on the same day, wasn't it? I mean, let's face it. Mulder will have unlikely done much about Scotland. There's multiple languages in India. Quite a lot of different dialects. I think Punjabi is just one of the many dialects that are spoken in India. I believe. Is Hindi another language? There's, Farsi, or is that Farsi? I'm not super familiar. I think Farsi's spoken in more like Persia, is it not? I don't know. I'm not super familiar with the like linguistic breakdowns of certain countries. I just know that like Urdu, yeah. Oh yeah, Bengali, of course. I know that certain countries like India and China particularly have an enormous amount of different languages spoken within them for obvious reasons because they are such massive areas. 1964 episode of Johnny Quest. What on earth? Robin's just on a deep dive for us now. Thank you for the follow, I tried. Newport County save. Nice. How's that one going for you, man? That's an interesting one to start with. Is that because you're a fan of Newport County, or you just felt like sort of localish side, perhaps? Northern Norwegians are probably the most known for swearing in our country. Yes! Good stuff. Up the fucking Tromsø. Been up a club for 1 full season, 2.5 seasons. Wow. Are you playing in Brazil or something, man? That's incredible. Right. Europa League. There's no way Mulder have done it, right? No way. Super Cup isn't that. What? It's not. It's the Norwegian version of the stupid trophy no one cares about. You know this. Name of his albums. Oh, boring, Ed. Come on, man. I'm not lost. Robin's deep diving now. University team in 10th. Is that Cardiff Met University? Because I've seen the job come up a few times on OTI. Right, Europa League. Come on. Oh my fucking days. No way. They fucking beat Tottenham. When was this game? Wait, hang on. Where was it? That was during... We just didn't check. We completely forgot to check on them. Oh my god. Chat, you've got a Mulder remote. Now is the time to use it. They beat fucking Tottenham. Sorry, Spurs fans. That is one of the most Spursy things I think I've ever seen. Turns out St. Totteringham's Day involves Mulder now. That is outrageous. They must have won in London. Hang on. Let's have a look at Mulder's schedule. How's that bizarre? God. And by the way, can we just point out that they're 3-1 up at home against Porto as well? Mulder are absolute poggers. Oh, you're a Spurs fan. Oh, I'm so sorry. This is a bad time for you, I realise. This is incredible. Wish.com Pizarro. No, it's the Pizarro. It's literally the Pizarro. That is outrageous. Exactly, I tried. He's missing an opportunity here. I always hate it when these sort of situations arise and then people just waste it, you know? It's like, do you remember the whole Boaty McBoatface scenario where they put out that a poll online for, everyone knows the story really, for the new Arctic research vessel. Everyone voted for it to be called Boaty McBoatface, and eventually they went for the Sir David Attenborough thingy, right? Which, firstly, for me, it's like, firstly, why do that sort of poll if you're just going to ignore the answers? Secondly, that boat would have had far more notoriety had they actually gone along with calling it Boaty McBoatface. Then they named one of the lifeboats on it Boaty McBoatface, but to me, just go with it. Have a bit of fun, you know? So yeah, unfortunately, Tizzy, we didn't actually do that well. We lost 2-1 to Liverpool, so at least we got an away goal. The Scottish snowplows, I have. They are spectacular. I particularly like, is it Itty Gritty Teeny Weeny Yellow Non-Slip Machine or something along those lines? We actually did a whole segment on stream a few months ago where we just looked at Scottish gritter names. Because that's the kind of thing we do around here during this Football Manager stream. Oh, second leg. No, the second leg is in a couple of weeks, so we're still... By the way, who are Bram playing? Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me. This is what Bram were rewarded with. This is what Bron were... Bear in mind, Bron won their Europa League group and they were rewarded with Bayern fucking Munich. Oh, imagine that. Oh, it's my birthday, Champions League. What are you going to get me? Well, I've got you a shit in a box. Like, win your group, get Brian. Yep, pretty much. The Newport save, that was I tried. Hello, sweet left tootsies. How's it going, bud? We were being told, I was being regaled with the story of Hans earlier. I'm jealous of your German friendo. Yeah, building a nation Denmark is going pretty well. So what's happened here is Looney stopped doing his save now, but it's just carried on in my save instead. I'm going to have a word with you about this. Actually, speaking of Looney, I mentioned this on Tuesday's stream as well, but on Saturday, after my normal stream, we're going to raid straight over to Looney's stream, and he's doing this charity stream where we're going to be doing a Nordic draft. So basically, when my stream finishes, I'll be raiding over, but then I'll be jumping straight in the call with Looney. So yeah, it's going to be sick. It's going to be some good fun. Charlenciaga, thank you for the follow. That's a clever name. Oh, Hans, what a guy. 24-hour hot tub stream. That's the dream. That is the dream. Oh, I'll have to replace the Tromso mode at some point when we're no longer at Tromso. God, sad times. So, Mulder are legitimately a really good team, aren't they? Like, they damn near qualified out of their Champions League. Right, what's that done for the coefficients since they are absolute donnies? 9 points. Right, so at least we're obviously going to lose a lot this year, but at the very least, we're going to hopefully have a season that's 10 plus. I'd settle for like a 10 plus season just to keep the consistency going. But if we can get past Liverpool, I think things start to get a little bit easier from that point onwards, weirdly, because we're going to be fully match fit this time. Yeah. Tristan Whitman with a 10-month resub. Thank you very much, Tristan. Hope you're well today. Yeah, so after we eventually sort of come to a natural stopping point with Tromso, which I've kind of decided is either going to be, well, not even either. My plan is I want to win the Champions League because I just don't like not doing that in these saves. So I think we'll go until we do that. I want to get 4th spot at some point. Doesn't have to be at the same time. And I'd quite like another Norwegian team to maybe win the Europa League as well. So that way one of the teams would have won all of them. But I'd settle for 2 out of the 3. As long as one of them is us winning the Champions League, if that makes sense. That's kind of my criteria now. But I do want 4th place. Where am I from? I am from the UK. I tried. England, to be more specific. Oh, but yeah, so the African Journeyman will happen after this, essentially. Get in, Braun. Braun just bought this guy off of Arsenal. This is the kind of stuff I only dreamed about at the start of the save. Players like Braun signing a player for £6 million from Arsenal. And he's not bad either. Like, he's just brilliant news. He's pretty good. They're not even paying him that much, to be honest. That's the kind of stuff I love to see. Bobby Vonk. Oh, and that is more of it. Cyril Boyer as well. Great stuff. The lad that Mulder bought, he's not actually that... Well, he's fine, but he's quite old. We had a little look at him earlier on. Sadly. From Wales moved to university. Nice. Where did you go to university? Obviously, don't feel the need to tell us that, of course. What did you study? Okay. This Italian man is called Vicente van Inzerillen. And he's pure mad Italian born in Palermo. His name sounds like a cross between like a Basque name and a Dutchman. Right? Am I off base with that? Vicente sounds like a Basque name. Wow. It's weird ass names coming up here, but hey, at least we're finding these players. Obviously, I have to acknowledge these ones for now. Another guy called Vicente. What's going on? Yeah, that's what I was thinking of, Liz Razoo, yeah. Another Italian guy called Vicente. Of course he's German. Of course he's German. He's from the Basque region in Germany. Oh. Eric Larson. Oh, yeah, he's quite good, isn't he? Obviously, he's a bodder, so we can't touch, but he must be brand new through their youth intake this year. Why can't we get these kind of youth intake players? Like, what is this? Well, that's the thing. Whenever I see, like, X's and Z's and stuff in Spanish players' names, I immediately assume, or French, actually, I always immediately assume Basque. It's Emilio Milan. Brand new. Got it. Yeah, Bobby Vonk could be an interesting one. Business Information Technology. Nice. That's awesome, man. How did you enjoy the course? Miroslav Ashparov. Yes. This is just more scouty scouts, to be fair.
Here's a fun fact.
Martin
Voltaire
Holl.
contracted syphilis just 2 blocks from here.
Antonio Vega. Zach, followed by several numbers. Thank you very much for the follow, man. How's it going? French Basque Country, exactly. Was he in Game of Thrones? Maybe. I don't think so, though. Might be wrong. Alexandre Pires. I was about to say one who is named after, but, you know, if your parents are changing your surname because of that, there's something definitely wrong. Louis Pratt. Great stuff. Guido Bellucci. Richard De Los Santos. Okay. The more sensible one. Kim Min Hyuk. Extremely hard this year. I bet, man. I bet. I hope you get a first two. Sorry, I thought that was the same guy. I thought that was Vasilis Saurus for a second. Apparently, someone told me that he's just got his first ever international cap. First games actually for Olympiacos IRL. Oh, thank you, Mark. But yeah, like I said, if you want any more information about the gear and stuff, Mark, just DM me on Twitter or something. Young Kaira sounds like a mumble rapper. A little bit, yeah. Basically, any player with young before their name essentially does as well, done it. Why even bother? Just put on him on it now. You know? Lived in Tromsø for a couple of years. Heard of reindeer walking in the middle of the road. See, I'm jealous, Hugo, because I never got to see that. That was one thing I definitely didn't see, was reindeer in the middle of the road. Maybe I just went to the wrong part of the island, I don't know. And I walked around a lot. My favourite thing was seeing people clearing their gardens with those, like, electronic, like, petrol-powered snow blowers. It was so cool. We'd be walking down into town and everyone was just out in their garden with these giant, like, snow lawn mowers. It was phenomenal work. I was supposed to cancel this friendly, wasn't I? Yeah. Oopsie. What is Tromso mode? Well. I couldn't possibly... Oh, well, there we go. I guess we're going to find out with 2 in a row. And we're here. Essentially, I had a Christmas mode last year because I was messing around inside Streamlabs, and then I just, because it already looked kind of red and whitey, I just became, just turned it to Tromso mode instead because I'm lazy like that. It's called a Snurfresser. That's, even the name is better than I could have ever imagined it would be. Snurfresser. I love that, or Snurfresser. That's great. Oh, Francisco Jesus Mutt's not bad, is he? Jorge Patino as well. Exciting. Yacina, 19, goddamn. That's part of the reason why I also went specifically for 17 and under on this particular scouting setup. That way we have more time to get the scout reports through. Fred, I was thinking of Fred Johnson from the Expanse then. Mason's, I thought it said Mason Stubby. Why can't we have fun names? Like Chen, that's more funny. That's more of a fun name. I would have enjoyed that. But sadly, no. It's a very generic sounding name, isn't it? We'll do another Tromso mode. Honestly, Bram, I've not really tried out many narrow formations. I've generally been using quite a lot of width. Though we've only moved over to this one recently because we wanted something that was a bit more stable, that we could actually adjust a bit more. And that's what we've kind of got. And I've just moved over to having 2 ball-playing centre-backs just to see if it works more than anything else. Oh, Christ. Yeah, you're going to have to go home, bud. God, Robin, you are just spitting facts today, bud. We've got our own Wikipedia now. It just turns out it's you. El Shabab want Daniel Steen. The problem we've got here is that Steen's contract ends at the end of the season. Now, I can obviously offer him to other Norwegian sides, and I intend to. But my concern is, if we don't sell him to any of those, we may have to accept an offer from elsewhere. I'll try to offer him to other Norwegian sides first. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, you can't do that with normal transfers for some reason. Heck, I'll even do, like, wage contribution. That's the most I'm allowed to offer, isn't it? Yeah. So we'll see if any other ones come in, but like otherwise we may have to start negotiating with someone like Al Shabab, you know? Will he sign a new contract? We could try that. But I'd rather just like... I clicked foreign. That was exclude foreign. So in here, it's like reverse. So you can exclude foreign clubs. It's super weird. I don't know why it's backwards, but you have to exclude the foreign clubs rather than include them. FM be weird like that. We could try a new contract on him too, but... I'd rather, because he's not going to go out on loan at the moment, and I'd rather, like, try to get him out to a club permanently. Maybe back to Mulder or something. Although, in fairness, the reason he's here currently is because he didn't play for Mulder. Mads Junge Mamsen. God, FC Copenhagen. Guys, you're going to have to stop producing such good players, because I will just keep stealing them. Salah van der Walle. What a name. That is superb. Oh, yeah, I like a few... I mean, we're trying out some different stuff this time around anyway. Just got to keep letting these guns roll on through. Yeah, oh, it's 20. Okay. It's another big chunk of players. Tim Lewis. Ooh, a guy who's Birkenabe. Yip Kachan. That's a cool name. Oh, he's from Hong Kong. Cool. Fair one. Discard a Rue, though. Keep raiding FC Copenhagen. Well, they'll... If they don't stop producing good players, I won't stop stealing them. Hey, Phase Winner. Thank you for the follow as well, man. Right. Oh, I hope that friendly is actually going to cause us more... I hope that the main thing is it just means that we're completely match fit. Because we have to be more aggressive against Liverpool today than we were in the previous game. Like, we have to go with our more aggressive... Oh, God. That's not spectacular. But thankfully, we've got Quinones. Jean Valjean... That's a bit more like it, I'd say. Jan's there. Ovalar, Morales, and Sandberg. I'll swap these two over. Sandy's better going forward. We've got a better lineup, I feel like. We've actually got a right back. Even if he's not fully match fit, he is a right back that can start at right back. Jonathan on the bench for Steen and Holton on the bench for... I kind of want Molina there just because we might need to make that change. And maybe not Breachy, perhaps. Perhaps. Oh, dear. But we have to be more aggressive in the home game, really. It's just an inevitability that we must do. For all we know, we work better against it, but I am concerned. Because the thing is, if we try to come out here and play as defensive as we did away from home, we'll probably just... We might get a draw, but we need to win. That's the downside. A 0-0 draw would suffice had we managed to not concede that second goal, but we just kind of got to go for it here, I feel like. Hope that our match fit is being better is going to make a difference. This is the second leg, yes. First leg was 2-1. And we were okay. We certainly... They didn't hammer us by any means, but we weren't able to offer as much going forward because they were so good. We can owe them, which is good. I just want a bit of snow, you know? Right, I think I need to do another Hulk mode as well while I'm at it. How'd you get half a goal? How do you mean? Ooh. Right, come on. Let there be snow. I don't think there will be, though. Come on, snow gods. Make it happen. Disappointing. I was hoping we'd get some snow here. We always play better in the snow. Come on. Let's make like Mulder and make it happen. Well, you don't get 4 points. That's the thing. So in order to be over 4.5, it's 5. If that makes sense. That's how like betting structures work when they're done in decimal. Not decimal. You know what I mean. Right. Okay. And there was also one more Tromso mode, so I'll quickly snap that one out before we get into the match. And off we go. Oh, I just want to see some chances created, you know? I just want to see us play... We can obviously switch tactics if we need to as well. To, like, try to control more game if we do take the lead, for example. A slow start, but nothing too threatening so far. Oh, my God. Passing like that just doesn't help, does it? Perez has got it. He's going to slip it through for Zahuni. He's a bit wide, which might be the only saviour here. And, yeah. Okay, good. Oh, lost the ball in a dangerous position there. There's always going to be a risk with the style of play we're using here. Now, we've got 3 tactics we could technically use as well. Okay, possession's a lot better in the last game. Right, okay. We can't specifically mark him because it doesn't actually work all that well when you do specific marking. Because it just drags our players out of position most of the time. The key thing is just not concede too early. But, okay. Go on. Go on. Yes, Renan. The Liverpool defender weirdly left that and somehow it's still going to end up being a Liverpool play. Oh, that's frustrating because this is just going to be cross goal now, isn't it? Well played, Radebe. That's better. Patience. He's going to lose it again, isn't he? No. Right, here we go. Come on. Oh, what about that from the Jan? He's got... We need support. We need support, and he's just not found it. Right, big header needed here. And they're just not challenging for it at the moment. It's a weird one. That's, yeah, easily through. Oh, God. Oh, hello. Come on, Cav. Oh. It's going to be one of those ones. I can feel it already. He's hit the post. He's hit the bloody post. What a chance. Potentially that was Sandberg. Round the side for Nelson now. What is it about this round of the Champions League? We've hit the post, the same post, from the same position, twice in the same fucking highlight. And this will be a penalty given to Liverpool now on the end of this, I expect. I've never seen that. Oh. Perfect. And they've scored as well. Oh. Well. Is he offside? Oh, thank God for that. Oh, dear. That's just my bemusement. Yeah, there's nothing frozen about it. Thank God for that. Yeah, he is offside. I actually can't believe we've hit the post in 2 different shots in the same passage of play. Oh. It doesn't bode well, though, because it's chances like that. Like, obviously, you know, if we score one, we don't score the other because, you know. But still, we should be in front right now, and we're not. And it's just how it seems to have gone for us consistently in this round of the tournament, annoyingly. It'll be the 5th straight year that something like this will have happened. But, hey, positive thinking, right? We're only 32 minutes into the game. There's plenty of time left for us to keep this one going. We're not looking too bad so far. Oh. How dare you, Em? How very dare you? It's been a pretty even game so far. I just don't want him to man-mark him. I just don't think that's going to work. Home away. This is the home game. We lost 2-1 in the away match. Not had a shot on target yet, though, but we've not really given them much either. But remember, a 1-0 victory is enough. That's the key. So we don't want to overdo it with pushing for it just yet. Because if we can continue to hold out on this 0-0 and then just nick one from a set piece or something, that's all we need. We only need to win 1-0. We haven't looked overly threatened by Liverpool so far. There was that one chance that Zahuni had early doors. Keeping an eye on who's not performing well so we know who we could potentially change to if we need to. Besides, if we were to get in front, we could just switch to the other tactic and sit a bit deeper because we've got the position, we've got the players available to make those changes. Anyone really performing poorly? Other than Ovalar in the middle. But I'd rather make that change later when we've actually got more of an idea of what we want to do. Just the one shot on target overall, though. Okay, we've had one. Oh, here we go. This is our bread and butter. Set piece plays. Cavalcanti's ball in. Comes back to him, but this play's not done yet. I can feel something coming. Go on. Sandy's got it. Pips it through. Oh, no. Oh, no. Yes! Tromso 1, Liverpool 0, Eric fucking Sandberg. And now we are ahead on away goals. Tromso 1, Liverpool 0. Come on, Eric Sandberg, the club captain, the leader, the legend. Is this the year we finally break the curse? Lovely finish with that right foot. Right, now, it's a question of what do we do here? Do we give it another 10-15 minutes and then make the changes when we come to the substitution point? Because Liverpool at the moment, I don't want to sit too deep because I'm worried that we'll let them come on to us too much. Oh, fuck. Clear it. Yes. Come on. Yeah, I agree with you. I think there's no point in dropping too deep too soon because I don't want to give them, like, license to do it. I don't want to, like, encourage them onto us if we don't need to. If they don't look like they're going to break down it, if they don't look like they're going to break us down the way we're playing, then we might as well just not change just yet anyway. But we'll see. This play's not done yet, annoyingly. Zahuni. How did he not get taken down there? Good stuff. Well played, lads. Come on. Oh, that's not a good clearance. That is not a good clearance. And that's not great either. Come on. It's too tight of an angle, surely. What a save. Cleared away, and Nelson heads it away. Oh. Come on, is this play ever going to fucking end? Ruggiero. How are we still playing here? Blocked again. Right, can we actually... Oh, for God's sake. Right, okay, now we're going to end it. Look how much they've just, like, come onto us right there. So I think now is the point where we change things around, because we have to. They weren't threatening like this before. So the change is a simple one. Hang on. I want Radaby there. I want Molina on here. And then we'll get off... That's fine, actually, for now. Next change, though, is maybe Nelson off for Holton. A little time wasting, maybe, yeah. Maybe even playing for set pieces, to be honest. I don't want to make 3 subs just yet, because just in case we need one later. But maybe a tiny bit of time wasting, and maybe play for set pieces as well. The fish is very, very 5-star. He might be nervous, but then there's other nervous players in there too, and it's just like... He's playing okay, and the only other option to bring on is Jonathan, who just isn't even close to the same quality of player in that position. Right.
You see these?
Yeah, go full time waste with 10 minutes to go, exactly. Nut Noise! Great name, thank you for the follow, man, I hope you're well. Oh, shit it. I just don't want to concede off of a free kick or something, but you just can... Unless there's a breakaway here. Hello. Holton's up. Radaby's got the pass. There's Cochimano. Oh, imagine. Slipping through. Jan Cavalcanti's through. And he doesn't shoot. And he doesn't shoot. And he doesn't shoot. The thing is that shouts at this point, when you're 1-0 up, there's no shout that actually makes anything better, annoyingly. Because if you encourage them, they get annoyed. If you praise them, they get annoyed. It's... Oh, how has he not taken the shot on? That is crazy. He has to at least shoot. Doesn't have to score. RF22 Gaming, thank you for the follow. Focus? We'll try it. We'll try focus. I've never used focus in this situation. Bustalia. Don't you dare foul him. It's fine. The shot only came back to him twice. So, 1 shot, 2 shots. Other tactic, yeah. Oh, yeah, no, I never praise until it's 2-0. I think we have to go back to the other tactic, even though we're not really set up for it, annoyingly. That is the problem. Actually, no, I can make this work. Radaby can play in midfield. Morales can't play there, though, so we'll just swap those two over. Oh, fucking hell. Anyone playing really poorly as well? Maybe drill on, just for the final few moments. Yeah, see, they're not looking like... They don't like the feedback. Attacking now. Might as well. It just fucks me off so much. But, like, they've been better than us today. Oh, God almighty. Very attacking is pointless. Like, very attacking, you might as well just not bother. There is really no good outcome from using very attacking. All it does is force your players to shoot from range. I don't actually know what the point of very attacking is. There is simply zero reason to use it. Because there's no way you can control your tactics from within it, unfortunately. It just causes your players to shoot from 1,000 yards out every time. Oh, dearie me. How am I using distribution? I'm just curious as to how we set the distribution up for this one. Okay, we did change it like that. Good. Keeper up for corners. There's no point. You have to win the corner for... And then you get one of those. They've been pushed in the area penalties. fucking fantastic. And that'll be 6 years in a row of the same fucking bullshit. Ah. That's a shame, isn't it? Yet again, every fucking year. It's just like, how often do you actually... Yeah, we'll get a late one now. Yeah, there you go. This will be us scoring. It's just like... Right, here we go. This will be our goal now. Yeah, remember the 2 posts hit in the first half as well? Oh, wow. Great block, actually, to be fair. Just going to run all the way through and score, I expect. Another slide tackle comes straight back to him. Oh. He's picked up a knock. Well, yeah. They changed something in the second half, and we just couldn't do anything about it. Goal was a bit annoying. Made 3 blocks. 4th one got us, and then just one of those penalties that just get randomly given sometimes, unfortunately. There's 2 post hits in the first half as well. Like, that could have been 2-0. What can you really do? Like, thing is, we didn't actually play that well overall, but still somehow feel aggrieved by it. It's one of those weird ones. But I do think that having match fitness poor is just... Yeah. No, we obviously wouldn't do that, but... Right, okay, well, in that case, see how Mulder got on. Oh, you've got to be fucking shitting me. Of course they did. Of course they did. Lost 3-0. 3-1 up from the first leg and lost 3-0. How was the game? To be fair, like, they did take a hammering as far as that one. Like, they did not play well there. Oh, well. It is what it is. We have to move on. What's that like for us then this season?
Small, but hope this puts a smile on that cheeky little face of yours. Well, get him next year.
We've been saying that for 5 years, Michael, but we will do our best. Thank you, man. Enjoy your dog walk. Oh, dearie me. I still think we're, like, moving in the right direction, hilariously. Hello? Don't patronize me, woman.
It's okay.
Well, the thing that makes it worse, Ragnar, is that this has only started happening in the last 5 years. We were regularly going deep into the Champions League, and for some reason, now that we're a lot better, it doesn't seem to... We just can't. I don't understand what's changed. Let's go back a little bit, because we can see all this now. So, Champions League... That was Europa League, so... I'm trying to think where we actually got to. So that was group stage, that's fine. Let's just have a little look. Teams are taking you more seriously, but that's not a thing. There's no such thing as teams taking you more seriously. It's not like a measurable attribute. Group stage. Right, I'm just trying to see where our first qualification was. Oh, wait, it's the start of the year, isn't it? I'm an idiot. So that was Europa League. Europa League. So Champions League, the first time we got through was 7 years ago against Bayern Munich. And obviously we were hammered pretty comfortably. Which makes sense. Then the following season, it was Europa League again. Then it was... Then we knocked out Man City. Then United. Then got to the semis. And then... To be fair, we've actually only had that one really good season in the Champions League, which was the one against... when we went to Liverpool. And since then, it's just been impossible. Do you remember the Porto game? Was it this one? Yeah. This is where it started. Well, we did have Pinedo and Vlad too, but, like... I mean, what would you like me to do about the Pinedo and Vlad situation? Because, yeah, we keep them, but then we also lose £180 million. So it's like... You know, what were we supposed to do in those situations, quite simply? Yeah, this was the one. Only winning this game 3-2 was actually insane. It's things like that that has cost us, simply. And then, obviously, the Chelsea one was just trash. And then we had Real Madrid. And then we had the Dortmund one where we got the 0-0 draw away from home and then were unable to really do anything at home and ended up losing on away goals again. One of those things. Yeah, Porto scored an extra time in that game despite barely doing anything in the entire match, but it happens, you know. It happens. Oh, dearie me. It's just disappointing, isn't it? You know? But you just got to push on. I think we're getting better. The thing is, Liverpool were the ones that ended our Champions League. The other thing that doesn't help is us getting the worst possible draws every time we win our group. So, in the last 2 years, we've won our Champions League groups that have contained Barcelona and been gifted Real Madrid and Liverpool for our troubles. Like, oh, not Real Madrid, it was Dortmund, wasn't it? So, to be fair, that one was an okay one. Had we beaten Dortmund in that game, we'd have got Salzburg in the next round and probably got to a semi-final again. It's weird how thin margins can make all the difference, really, isn't it? Congratulations to Mulder, though, on actually doing a pissing good job in Europe. Knocking out Tottenham. Yeah, Braun getting Bayern. Like, Mulder actually got past Tottenham, which is astonishing. And they so nearly got past... that they very nearly got past Porto as well. I thought they had that in the bag. Thing is, though, right? If we did finish second in the group next year, we'd end up getting Man City or something. Although we've actually beaten Man City before. It's nothing to do with complacency. It's match fitness. Like, playing against... If anything, playing against stronger teams would make it worse because there's more chance of us losing and it affecting the morale of the players. We do need to have more friendlies in that period to make sure that we're at green match fitness, though. That's definitely a factor that we need to take into account. So, for next season, we need to make sure that we schedule friendly, then leave a week before the game, and, yeah. Oh, wait, did the Doff not sign them? Shit, hang on. Oh, shit, yeah. My bad. JT, thank you for the follow, man. Also, I accidentally went over this, didn't I? At least we'll be able to hopefully find some absolute bangers in here, because there are so many players that I'm interested in out of this bot. Obviously, some of these are way beyond us, but still. I think there's definitely some quality in here. Oh. I've never had such frustrating games in Europe. It's really strange. But hey, we will live and learn. We will move on. We will continue to improve our tactics and go again. God. It's nuts that we've managed to get knocked out the same round of the Champions League for 5 straight seasons. It just feels like when Porto fucked us during that one game, it's like there was a curse put on us that we've been unable to break ever since then. But we'll get there. We will get there. And seeing just how well the other Norwegian sides are doing is genuinely excellent. Now, one thing I do want to check is to make sure that we've still got a good buffer over the Dutchies. They'd need a stupidly good season. They'd need to get over 6 points on us. They need like a 15-point year in order to overtake us, and I just don't see them doing that. I just want... Getting rid of that 7 is going to be a good step in the right direction for us, because it feels like even a bad year for us now, because of the way the other other teams are so good, we're just not going to be able to get a score that low again. Yeah, they're losing more than we are, true. Let me just check the other tournaments, see who's still left in. Wow. We were the only team on that side of the draw that went out. Wait, did Barcelona go through? No, they didn't. No, they didn't. That was just random, wasn't it? So who actually went through then? So Barca were beaten 5-3 by Chelsea in the end. So are there any more Dutch sides in there? No, which is good. But what about Europa League? Nope. Wow, FC Copenhagen got past Milan. Braun obviously went out as well, which is annoying. What about in here? No, there's no more Dutch teams left in Europe at all. So that's a good sign. Wait, am I missing any? No, I think that's fine. So we can't actually be overtaken by the Dutch at all, which is good news. Oh, well, Ajax in the Europa League, so it's just Ajax. There's no way Ajax can do that by themselves, though, is there? They're not going to gain 6 points for their country by themselves unless they go and win the whole damn thing, and even then they might struggle. Who are they playing? Fiorentina. Then again, I just don't know if they're going to be able to do that by themselves somehow. I think we'll be okay. They'd have to get like 6 points on us, which is just a bit too much. Plus, they're going to lose more good seasons at some point too, but Christ. Oh, when we took the lead in that game, I was genuinely feeling like, yeah, okay, good. This is how we want it to be. Because Liverpool didn't really do a lot until about the 70th minute of that match. Which is obviously when we changed our tactics, but they were looking quite good before that, and it just kind of... I don't know. Whatever they changed. It's always weird when the AI start playing really good and the formation change stays the exact same, because it's really hard to work out what they've actually done. given our sort of luck as of late, Ajax will probably go and win the Europa League now. That would be the most typical us thing I think I can imagine now. But there's some damn good players coming through here. He's already joining us, isn't he? Yes. Okay, so we can ignore that. I'll just remove... Wait. Oh, he's not on the shortlist. Never mind. Swedish teams. I mean, are they going that deep? I haven't really paid much attention to the Swedes, to be fair. Just because I only really noticed FC Copenhagen just because I think they've actually won the Europa Conference League in this save. So they've been a really solid team, in fairness to them. Ooh. Montenegrin fellow. Okay. There's still so many players we're searching through. Don't want to get hung up too much on most of these guys. Ooh, a couple of Thai guys in there too. Where was that? Oh, Guadeloupe. Okay, cool. Cool name. Sure about the quality of the player, but still. Okay. Do a discard a route. Okay. Well, at least hopefully we can drown our sorrows by picking up a couple of quality players, if nothing else. Like, you know, that's all we can really do. Pitch dimensions. I wish there was just a please do this every year option. Like, groundsman, I'm not suddenly going to change my mind and decide that we want SpongeBob small pitch. I'm going to reject this. Let's try to offer Steenie a new contract. See how much he wants. If he wants something mad, then... Oh, that's fine. Honestly. I'm not giving you the wage rise, though. You can keep the 4 years, but you're not having the wage rise. It's basically the same amount, you know? I'm good, Dominic. How's it going, man? Or was that Domich? Domich, my apologies, sir. No, that is Dom, isn't it? I can't read properly. Boat clause. There's no point, really, with him. I don't think it's going to be an issue with him. Apparently, against Liverpool, we got F'd in the A. As per. Basically, we managed to hit the post twice in the same highlight. As in, from separate attacks in the same highlight, we hit the post twice. Took the lead. Liverpool then had an attack where the shot was blocked 3 times and eventually went into the back of the net, and then they scored a penalty late on, which was one of those ones where there's a corner or something put in and the player just falls over and the penalty's given. You know how it goes. So it wasn't a great game, sadly. Yeah, at least we've hit the Felipe 6. That is a cool name. I am a big fan of that name. Felipe 6. I mean, I wonder what number you'd have to give him. He's sort of telling you, isn't he? Might be the first player to ever wear the same name as their number. That's pretty cool, actually. I've never seen 6 as a surname before. Felipe, I'm scouting you just for that. You're at Fredrikstad, so we can't do much about that. Come on, acknowledge. There we go. Tony. Wait, he can still be scouted, can't he? Yeah. His son's going to be Philip 7. Philip C. It'd be Cease, wouldn't it? Or Sex. Sex. Cease. Set. We've no. Undun trois set. I can't remember French. Oh, dearie me. What is language after all? Another Philip. Okay. Jonathan. I love a Jonathan where they just go straight to the Y. Cease. There you go. Cease. Philippe Cease. Obviously, I'd still call him Philip 6 or Phil 6. Because that makes him sound like a member of like a... Phil 6 makes him sound like he could have been in Static X or something. Yep, gonna keep scouting you. There's a lot of guys from PAOK. Ah, it's Christian Maboyo. Oh, he's 19 now. Damn it. Teophilus. Teophilus. Teophilus is a great name. Superb name. But Villarreal might be a bit beyond us. Nathan Hosker's obviously way beyond us because Man City. Next member of the Sugar Babes. Ben 10. Nah, mate. It's Phil 6. That's where it is. And it suddenly went French. Well, quelle est la date de ton anniversaire? Je m'appelle Matt. Je suis lost the Champions League or something. You know how it goes. Excellent stuff. I know, I'm breaking out all the 90s references today, chat. Next, we'll talk about our favourite 90s new metal band. For me, I was a big fan of Edema. Not 90s, like early noughties. Ben 10's arch rival. I don't know, was he? Was Phil 6 not the guy banging the... This is one of the things I love about Slipknot as far as like a band makeup. I kind of like the idea that they were all just at school and they're like, oh, right, yeah. So what do you play, Corey? And he's like, well, actually, I'm a really good singer. And then they go, okay, what about you, Joey? And he's like, I'm a brilliant drummer, mate. And then they go around the rest of the group and they get to the last guy and they're just like, so we'd really like you to be in the band, but we know that you have very little musical ability. However, here's a great big keg of beer, if you just kind of whack on that a little bit, will kind of just imply that that's an instrument. And I like to believe that that was the genesis of Slipknot, in a way. So, yeah. I'm alright with that. I rate that a lot. Who is your favourite early noughties new metal band, chat? Now that we're on to this particular, I was a particular big fan of a band called Edema, who were, of course, on the NHL 2003 soundtrack. Because, of course, they were. Well, I play the keg fairly well. I want to know what badly playing it sounds like. I assume that would be more if ever I found myself in a position to play it, you know? Right. These guys are all kind of not awful, but fine. I'll give you an acknowledge if you must. Papa Roach. Yep. Okay, fair one. Papa Roach is great. Agreed, C-Mac. Edema, and even their second album was pretty solid. You know? Yeah, Linkin Park definitely count for me. Papa Roach... Honestly, the Papa Roach album, whose name I can't remember. The one with the baby on it with... No. Actually, they have two albums that I think are just perfect. It goes aloud. There's the one with the baby with the headphones on it. And then there's also the one after that, I think. Those two albums for me have literally 0 bad tracks on them. At all. Just beautiful. The Saturdays count. You're damn right they do. Nothing... There's definitely nothing... It's new metal as they come. Who has sport in hockey? Colorado Avalanche. I'm an Avs boy. Infest was fucking good too. Yeah. The first 3 albums, really. I was never a big fan of Drowning Pool beyond the song Bodies. Like, that's just like a song that you'd hear and be like, yep, I like that. That's a song. But I was never like into Drowning Pool. I liked a lot of stuff back then. I liked, there was Edema. Yeah, Love, Hate, Tragedy. So many good songs on that album. Like, was it She Loves Me Not? Was that on that album too? I always remember the music video being in a, like, abandoned theme park, you know? Kind of hate you guys this season. To be fair, I've not managed to watch any hockey this season. Although I did see that line brawl. I think it was last night between the Rangers and someone else. Was it the Flyers? No, it wasn't, was it? I don't know. Like, my first experience, like, I remember one of the first albums I ever purchased, like myself, as in went into a shop and purchased when I was, like, 11 years old, was Limp Bizkit's Chocolate Starfish and Hot Dog Flavored Water. POD, yes. POD were a quality band, yes. Single Indestructible Droid is a cracking track. I'm glad you brought that up. That was a really good song. Oh, that's some, like, nostalgia. Like, nobody's business there. Disturbed? Yeah, I almost write in Carrie Hayne. Proof of Delivery, that's the one. Dane Barry? I thought that was Dane Berry for a second. Green Day Dookie. Were they Christian? Well, I don't know. I wasn't always one of those people that I couldn't care less whether bands were Christian or not. I was just interested in the music. Like, for example, some of my bands I really like are Christian bands. I'm not Christian, but, you know, the music's good. I don't really care. ABR. August Burns Red are like a heavily Christian band, but fuck me that they bang. I'm trying to think of others. There's quite a few. Haste the Day were quite heavily influenced by Christian stuff, but, like, great band. Oh Sleeper. Oh Sleeper are probably my favourite. You could probably describe Christian metal band, I suppose. Oh Sleeper are absolutely spectacularly good. And not least because Shane Blay and Micah Kennard are so big that holding guitars, they look like they've got little baby guitars because they're like 6'7" each. It's incredible. Devil Wears Prada, yeah. Were the Killers... I once supported a Killers tribute act. Like, my band were the support act for a Killers tribute act. And they were called The Fillers. I shit you not. Harry Kane, so he did actually finish his career at Tottenham. Oh, poor Harry. He didn't do it, did he? He didn't break Alan Shearer's record. Skillet, yep. I can't think of Skillet without thinking of, like, frying pan equipment. Oh, yeah, I know what you meant, Obbo. It's one of the things you don't even notice. So I think Mark's band that we play sometimes on stream, I think they're a Christian band, but I didn't notice it until after, like, 3 or 4 listens to their songs. And, you know, I was like, these are fucking great. After his nap. So you were Holly Holly nap, and now you're Holly Holly back. Is that what you're saying? Bounced off the post into my keepers. Oh, no. That's the worst. Is he Mormon? Is it Brandon Flowers is the guy's name, is it not? He had a solo song called Crossfire that I actually thought was quite good. A tribute act in Benidorm called Barry Garlow and Pete Loaf. Pete Loaf just sounds like a really low-rent porn star. That's true. I hadn't really considered the idea of, like, when you think of, like, religious rock, you immediately sort of default to Christian rock, but I suppose there must be, like, is there Mormon metal? I quite like the idea of Mormon metal. Instead of having 7 wives, they've got, like, 7 bassists. I mean, it's very bass-heavy music, I grant you. System of a Down. Oh, of course, yeah. I've never really been a huge fan of System of a Down. Like, I liked a couple of songs by them, but I was never, like, big into System of a Down. There's one particular song I really liked by them. I can't remember what it was called. And it wasn't... I can't remember the bloody song, but it wasn't the song you're thinking it is. Essentially. Hey, veteran. Things are okay. We're trying to console ourselves with yet again being banged out of the Champions League. Yeah, Chop Suey. It wasn't Chop Suey. Chop Suey was fine, of course. I like the song, but it's not like the song I'm thinking of, and I can't remember what it bloody is. Oh, I can't remember. I can even hear it in my head. Remus Dan is a cool name. Yeah, I think... I mean... You've... But chat, it's Aldolphus though. Like, come on. Does it go do? Aerials? No, it wasn't. It was... Oh. I can't. I just don't know. BYOB. That's it. It's BYOB. That's what I was thinking of. Viking bailing me out as per. He didn't know Careless Whisper. You should have gone up to him and been like, "Oi, mate, let me help you out, bruv." But do it like really recklessly. I want to see Reckless Whisper. Karsten Förster. Love it. Bring your own bacon. I think it actually in this context stood for bring your own bombs, did it not, Viking? Surprising amount of bands I like. Yeah, I imagine there are actually. Slavia just have the weirdest nationalities. I signed a bloody a Haitian from Slavia in the past, and I believe also a guy from Dr. Congo. They're great if you want like obscure nationalities and stuff. Hey, Drunk After Beer. It was good, man. It was good. I just sort of I chilled out, read a load of books, watched a load of motorsport, didn't watch barely any football, played a load of Rocket League, had some nice pizza. It was good. It was good times. It was good times. Harianto. I swear there was a racing driver with the same surname as that. I might be well off base there. Right, let's get through these. God, we're going to get so many of these bloody reports through. Bring your own beef. Ah, it's a cookout song. That makes sense. Rio Harianto. That's it. Yeah, I knew that name rang a bell. I love it. Robin dropping the facts again. The most famous Mormon metal band is called Visigoth, it seems. And I've never heard of them. Yeah, we played the second leg, Sean. Oh, I'll just say this. Pain. The House of Pain. Bring your own bride. Bag your own bride, sorry. Bring your own bride. It's just a wedding service. Bring your own bride. Bang that shit. I don't... Oh, okay. So he's got a new contract there. Al Shabab now want Jonathan for such a tiny price as well. What a great name. Thor Johnson Vol. Lovely stuff. Those are all the youth players going away. That's fine. Have we actually got... No, it's another friendly. Of course not. I am Spain without the S. I am... What was that? Oh, there was a band by... Was it a song by Taking Back Sunday? It was called Cute Without the E. Like... What an outrageously depressing song title. And I've frozen again. Jesus Christ. You go all those streams without a cam freeze, and they're like buses, you see, chatto. They just come along at once. What is that fucking pose as well? Jesus. Yeah, it was called Cute Without the E, cut from the team. Was that or was that not a response song to a song by Brand New, which was called, oh, what was it called? I used to know all that. I used to love Brand New. Like, I used to think that, this is back in like 2003, 2004, that Brand New were just like lyrical geniuses of a generation type of situation. Although, in fairness, was it 70 by 7? Yeah. In fairness, Brand New's first couple of albums, like, so the original one that's got songs like 70 by 7 on and Jude Law and A Semester Abroad, and then the one that's Deja Entendu as well, which has got like Quiet Things That No One Ever Knows. Those two albums are beautiful, and even the one after that wasn't too bad either. The one that's got albums on, like, another NHL 2004 banger, exactly. Like, one of my favourite Brand New songs is Me versus Maradona versus Elvis. It's just such a weird song, but really, really like it. Happened in the Europa League so far. The Europa League's done because, essentially, what happened was... so, Mulder actually knocked out Tottenham, and we were super happy with that. But unfortunately, the reward that they got was Porto. They were 3-1 up from the first leg and then banged a 3-0 defeat and lost. And then Braun were handed Bayern Munich as their response for winning their group. They got Bayern bloody Munich. So, yeah. European football has not gone well for us this season just because, I don't know, I can't remember the last time we saw a favourable draw for any Norwegian team in any European competition. It's actually insane. But what I would say is, statistically, that means we're likely to get some soon, right? Right? Sick Transit Gloria, yeah, Guernica. I don't think it was at home, it was away. It's just the way that screen displays it. But, oh, there's so many good... Oh, wait. Oh, it's the squad numbers. Now, if we could sign up Felipe 6, then there'd be a chance. Let me just sort this right. Make sure we don't accidentally select number 12. Hi, sort. There we go. Barely any numbers in the top 10. Jamaica. No, sorry. Jamaica. Jamaica? JJ Mejia. I'm sure that's much closer. Thank you for the follow, sir. Hope you're well. Let me auto a number and make sure that we... They just refuse to take numbers. Ah, fine. You can all have numbers outside of it. Why the hell not? Ant Paulson, thank you for the pitch invasion, my friend. How's it going? How was stream? Thank you so much for the raid. Best Swedish band. Oh, God. Well, actually, I mean, some of Ant's chat might have an opinion on this. Best Swedish band. ABBA? No. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, see, great minds, loafers. Great minds. Hey, Paul. ABBA's got to be up there. If we're counting all types of music, then ABBA surely are up there. Awesome to hear, Ant. That's awesome, man. What save are you doing? All the way. Oh, can you imagine how good that would be? Like, I guess there's bands like In Flames. Would probably be up there for me as well. Like, I love In Flames. Swedish House Mafia. Are they actually Swedish? Because that technically would count, right? I used to really like Swedish House Mafia, in fairness. Ghost are a strange one. I've actually quite enjoyed some of Ghost's stuff when I've heard it. Because it used to get requested on stream quite a lot. But obviously, you know, when we were doing requests back then, I never used to pay that much attention to what I was actually listening to, with a few exceptions. Like, for example, Baby Metal and Gabriel Aplin. They're also in the Mafia. That's probably the problem. I guess that's why they can't do any more songs. You know, they're made men. Oh, Baby Metal Swedish. Imagine if Baby Metal was Swedish. Can you imagine if Baby Metal was Swedish? I wasn't talking about Swedish songs when I was talking about Baby Metal. The same way that Gabriel Aplin also isn't Swedish, as far as I'm aware. Where's my Hulk mode? Hulk Yoga? Let's do it. I should have hopefully turned down the music and sounds in the Hulk mode bit a little bit. So hopefully it should be a bit quieter. Loving Caliber. Are Loving Caliber Swedish? Are we about to love them even more? Hurdy-gurdy Megatsume. Now, see, I want to see Bring Me the Horizon collaborate with ABBA. Now, that would be top 10 anime crossovers, right? Yeah, In Flames is... I like In Flames. Roxette? That's a good point, yeah. Win one, take one with Warsaw. Oh, cool. How are you finding that database? Because I'm never really the sort of person that likes those kind of databases, but I'm certainly interested that they exist, and I think it's cool that people make them as well. This Hungarian lad. I'll tell you what. Is he fully scouted yet? He's not. He intrigues me immensely. Algerian man here as well. We're getting some interesting options. Oh, hello. Sheriff Mansour. Another Sheriff. Sheriff Strawberry wasn't quite up to scratch, but Sheriff Mansour might be just the Mansour we're looking for. Neither of those guys. God. The worst thing about this type of scouting is the horrendous way that they structure the scouting when you do this, because there's stupid reports that tell you that there's nothing to report. That's the worst thing for me. The Hives are Swedish. Well, I'll be damned. Oh, I love the Bring Me Horizon song with Baby Metal. I've really come back to like... Bring Me the Horizon are a weird one for me. I kind of look at Bring Me the Horizon kind of like a pendulum of music, in the sense that I'll have like my little window of music taste that I quite like. And Bring Me the Horizon will just sort of swing through it and out the other side. And then a couple of years later, they'll swing back through it with an album that comes... And there's a middle point where they catch me every single time. So I never really liked their earlier stuff, just wasn't really for me. And then Sempiternal, and I'm like, oh, hello. This is amazing good stuff. And then after that, I was like, this is okay. And now this newest album, back in the sweet spot for me again. I'm a big fan. It's weird. But I like that. I like that they experiment and provide kind of just weird types of music. And I'm all for it, you know? I think it's cool. They land in the SYC Venn diagram. Exactly. I couldn't have put it better myself, although. the Venn diagram of excitement towards their music. Which is why I was kind of disappointed by the newest Architects album, to be honest. I just can't even. That being said, there's a Swedish band, I think they're Swedish, called Imminence, who I think, this could be totally wrong, I believe they are Swedish. And essentially, it's metalcore, but they have, their singer is also a violinist. And it sounds like Architects with violins. And it is, it's so good. They might be completely not Swedish and just be American for some reason, but I think they are Swedish. And I don't know why I think that. Oh, a guy from Dr. Congo. Eddie Macango. Lovely stuff. Architects, never heard of them. They're called Imminence. Obviously, I can't play them on stream because DMCA, but yeah. Imminence with an I, that is. So I watch a lot of like YouTube channels that do like, not react, I mean, they are basically reactions, but they do like Nick Nocturnal, for example. And there's another guy called Hardcore. He's, I think he's Bulgarian, but I watch a lot of those just to pick up new music sometimes. Check Fame. I will, mate. I will. Don't worry, bud. I will check Fame. They are indeed Swedish. Fuck yeah. No, I really didn't like the new Architects album. Like, it just... the analogy I use, and obviously I know I've used this before, is that when I finally got around to listening to it properly, I listened to the whole thing on Spotify on my proper headphones in bed, so I could just close my eyes and listen to it. I always do this with Architects albums because I feel like I can absorb it better. And then I was sat there going, like, actually, I'll get back to this. Harv, take it away.
Late to the stream today. 11 months watching this pathetic little man play with his pathetic little computer men. Shambles of a life I live. Viva KROT. I hope Blame Ruiner chokes on his cockerel. Keep up the great work, Matt. Keep smashing it. Lover ya.
Lover ya too, Harv. Thank you, man. 11 months, nearly a year. So what I was going to say, firstly, thank you, man. That's awesome. Welcome. How's your day going? Is that, yeah. So I was listening to the album and I was just like trying to find songs. Every time I felt like a song was going to hit, it just didn't. And it just felt a bit flaccid, I suppose. And then a song came on and I'm like, okay, yeah, this is more like it. Finally, a song I actually really like. And then I realized that the album had finished and Spotify had started playing their last album. And it was just a song that I hadn't listened to for a while off of Holy Hell. So, I don't know. For me, peak Architects really was the period between, like, what's it called? The one that's got Alpha Omega on it and These Colors Don't Run. All Our Gods Have Abandoned Us for me is my favorite Architects album, personally. But the ones either side of it as well, just absolute brilliant stuff. And obviously they had to go a slightly different direction as, you know, material kind of ran out after Tom's death. Daybreaker, yeah. It's great. Yeah, I used to really like... I never really... Enter Shikari are actually similar to Bring Me the Horizon in my sort of the SYC Venn diagram of taste, in the sense that originally I really liked Enter Shikari when they like their first stuff, like Sorry You're Not a Winner. There was another song as well. There's quite a few off that first sort of stuff. And then after a while, it was just a little bit too eclectic for me, and I was just like, I'm not into this. But some of their more recent stuff, one particular song that I have on a playlist, it's so good, and I can't remember what it's called. Viking will probably know because he loves Enter Shikari. But yeah, they kind of swung back through again. The Great Unknown, yeah. I love The Great Unknown. I think it's such a good song. But I'm alright with that. Like, not every band has to be the same after a while. I will just, you know, maybe Architects one day will swing back into my Venn diagram of taste, you know? Did we destroy Liverpool? Let's just say, for your sake, Harv, let's just pretend that we did. How about that? We'll just pretend that we destroyed Liverpool and had a bloody good time while doing it. How about that? Here and now. Yeah, actually, it's probably my least favourite Architects album. Maybe not least favourite. The new one probably is my least favourite, to be honest. Like, just not good enough. I just don't... It is what it is, you know. It's kind of like how with bands like Parkway Drive as well. I just can't get into Winston's, like, pirate talk rap singing. It's just not for me. And Parkway were one of my favourite bands, particularly when I was first learning guitar, because some of the riffs off of their first few albums are absolutely outrageous. Just so much fun to play, very memorable. One of the only bands I've ever heard live where the crowd are actually singing the riffs rather than the lyrics, which is pretty damn cool. It'd be very, 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 very embarrassing to get knocked out in the first round again. I know, it'd be crazy. No, we'd never do that though, because we're Tromso and we're way better than that, obviously. Doroshenko. There's a lot of interestingly good Greek players coming around. Enrico Kulvik. Oh, yes. It's Cool in the Gang. Let's go. These guys are probably a bit out of our price range. given the clubs they're playing for, but that's fine. The claps are pretty cool, though. Like, does anyone else remember Hadouken? They were like an electro-rocky kind of band. Oh, Eskimo Callboy. If you like Eskimo Callboy, Decamber, I assume you probably already know about them. But the best... Right, if you like your sort of... like kind of music like this as well, but you like a bit of metalcore, I have a band for you. They're Finnish. They're called One Morning Left. They kind of have this weird, like, mix of retro wave, synthwave sort of stuff mixed with metalcore and sort of 80s vibes. They are phenomenal. One Morning Left are absolutely brilliant. Their newest stuff is fucking amazing. Just so, like, proper, like, cheesy, but, oh, so good. Yeah, Hadouken. I never saw Hadouken, but I did like some of their stuff. The album that, like, I think it was Reborn was on. Really solid. Yeah, we're going to try and join our new Super League. We're going to form our own one. Turn the lights up. Yeah, a mic check as well. Man United's Trezeguet. Hang on. Trezeguet who? Of course he's a scout for Manchester United. That makes perfect sense. Fair one. Make a share your play. Oh, God, yeah. Oh, I miss being able to share music with you guys on stream. Like, I used to play, like, all sorts of stuff. I had, like, 3 or 4 different playlists that I would use for streams back in the day, depending on what kind of mood I was in. So we had, like, a pop-punk one. We had a slightly heavier stuff. I used to, like... Hang on, who? Oh, shit. Just as I give him a new contract that has a wage clause in it, he finally starts getting international caps. Thankfully, it's a 5 cap one. So, was he about to... I thought he was about to get pissy at me there. I already did most of this that matters, although I will extend Molina's contract. I didn't notice that before, actually. And obviously, we want continental competition to be as high as possible. Have you on Snapchat? Why did he have you on Snapchat? Metalingus. Yeah, exactly. I used to love... Alter Bridge was the first, like, band that I ever went to see on my own, if that makes sense. Like, not with my parents and stuff when I was a kid. Because I saw the... Contrary to what I look like, I saw the Bee Gees live when I was a kid at Wembley Stadium, no less. I also saw Status Quo more than I would like to admit when I was a kid too, because my parents were rather large fans. So I also saw... I think I saw the... No, I didn't think I did see the Eagles, actually. But yeah, all of those sort of stuff. But then the first band I actually saw live by myself with my mates in 1978 when I was a kid. Exactly, in 19... Oh... No, but the first time I ever went to a proper show like by myself with my friends was Alter Bridge at the London Astoria, which literally doesn't exist anymore. It was knocked down. Not even that long afterwards, I don't think. That was great, though. Devil Sold His Soul. Oh, they've got new stuff now, don't they? How old am I actually? I'm 31. I shouldn't have just been like, oh, I'm like 45 or something. But no, I'm 31. Never saw Yumi at 6. Sometimes M, when we were first going out, would drag me to these random shows at like the O2 Academy 3. You know what I'm talking about? Like the... Chose their name because one of them members was secretly a bee. This is true. And weirdly as well, DM Captain, even worse, even more weird trivia about the Bee Gees. The G's actually comes from the fact that every song is in the key of G. It's true. Around my age, it turns out you only saw bands from World War II. Robin, you've done me dirty, boys. Oh, God. Rammstein. I never saw Rammstein. Yeah, we've been talking about the Ed Sheeran thing earlier. I still think they're missing a trick with how they should do that, but hey, that's their mistake to make it. Levin Pido. Okay. Hang on, his surname is... Oh, no, it's Pidu. For a second, I thought his surname was Pedo. It's Pidu, isn't it? A ropey dungeon of a place. I saw a band called Dead by April in the upstairs of the Camden Underworld, which is not Camden Underworld. No, it wasn't. It was the Barfly. It was like 80 people. It was their first gig in the UK. And it was great fun, to be fair. Really nice guys. Why on earth has... Sorry, Twitch just... I've just had to permit the word knee. Oh, dear. Barfly was so good. Yeah, they are Swedish too. Dead by April was so good. They had a song called Painting Shadows, I think, which was never released on an album, but back when they had like demos on MySpace, and it was such a bop, and they never re-recorded it for a live album. As in that, Freddie. They've tried to be... Oh my God, if Sweden had Dead by April as a Eurovision representative, I would be all over that shit. Dead by April was so good at the start. They kind of got a bit too poppy for me after a while, but their early stuff was phenomenal. There's a couple of time to see which Dead by April song I know. You'll probably recognize a few of them, like Angel of Clarity and shit like that, or Carry Me. But there's a song by called Painting Shadows. If you look that up, it's a really shitty like demo version, but it's such a good track. It's probably the heaviest one they ever made. Not that like makes it good or anything, but for me at the time, I just really enjoyed it. Renan Sassy. Another Sassy. Imagine that. What else? Oh, fuck. Actually, I could just do a control A here, couldn't I? Losing You is good too, yeah. Oh, do they? God. That makes a lot of sense, I suppose, but Jesus Christ, Twitch. Speaking of which, Eurovision must be damn soon, right? It's May, which means Eurovision should be soon. When exactly is Eurovision? I know we've got a load of Eurovision fanatics in the chat. Beyond just myself and M and Viking. You'll admit it, don't worry. Eurovision party, oh mate. 22nd of May. Shit, that's too soon to have a proper Eurovision party. Fuck it. Are we going to try and do something for your birthday, Viking? Because your birthday's after all the restrictions are eased, right? Oh, Eurovision will be so good. We'll do a Eurovision Discord party. It's just an excuse for drinking games. Eurovision is the best. Oh, I love Eurovision so much. At first, it was ironic. Like, we'll watch it to take the piss, and then we all realised that we just kind of like it, really. The scoring is kind of fun. Better not be an FM Streamer Showdown weekend. Oh, fuck. I think it is. I think it actually... I don't know, actually. No. It might... No, I don't know, actually. Wouldn't that be the weekend after, I think? Drake's chosen debauchery. So apparently Viking's planning an orgy. Favorite band from... Oh, easy. Favorite band in Eurovision ever was a band that were actually in the same year as Lordi, but they were properly underrated. It was a Norwegian band called Wigwam. It was kind of like hair metal. That was easily my favorite Eurovision act. They had an album called 665, The Neighbor of the Beast, which I just really enjoyed. Far in Eurovision. Can you imagine that? Sorry, you were a foot over the line on the stage. I'm sorry. The Hungarian metalcore band too were also extremely good. We used to play them constantly on stream. Oh, that's quite sweet, CC. I remember once my sister's birthday is similar to around the time of Eurovision, and she was having a birthday party, and Em and I were upstairs watching. This was at my parents' house, watching Eurovision, because obviously we didn't really want to be involved. And then Em came downstairs to get a drink, and one of my sister's mates was sick on Em's legs. I'm sorry, I don't know why I find it so funny. Yeah, Terry, I think Graham Norton does a good job, but he's not Terry Wogan, and that's nothing against Graham Norton. I actually really like Graham Norton, but Terry Wogan was the Dom, you know? I've been to Reading Fest. I have. I know that Viking... You went to Reading, didn't you, Viking? Didn't you meet your fiancé at Reading? Never been... Oh, to listen to Husavik. Husavic's an absolute bop. Terry was next level, yeah. This is the thing. Graham Norton is like a 9.5 out of 10, but the problem is Terry Wogan's a 10. That's the simple fact of the matter. We can't ignore it. Terry Wogan is an icon. That is... Chat, if there's one thing we've learned today, it's that Graham Norton is not Terry Wogan. And I hope that's something you can take away and use in your life. Like trigonometry, for example. If you're ever in a situation where corporate shows you two pictures, and one of them is Terry Wogan, and the other is Graham Norton, you will know that they are not the same. But no, never been to Reading. I haven't really been to many... Like I said, I've never really been one for festivals, to be honest. The only festival I've ever been to was one I was playing at, which was this thing called Crash Fest in Wales, in Abermule. That's the only festival I've ever actually been to. That was like an overnight thing anyway. But whilst fun, was definitely different from the performing side that it probably would have been for the spectating side. But it was still good fun. Our tents were right next to this random group of like Welsh lads. We just ended up staying up all night drinking with them. It was really good fun. Luke Willemse. I'll take that. Add that to my quotes. That's my most... there you go. You met the Dank at Reading Fest. There you go. Question. I'm sure we've spoken about this before, Viking, but when you met Danica, was that because... was she... Like, Did you just like randomly run into her and start talking at Reading? Or was she like a friend of a friend or something? The old Norton theorem. Exactly. We're doing some highbrow content here. Tenacious D. Yeah. I used to... In some ways, I find they were kind of overrated just because Kerrang would never stop bloody playing them for a while to the point where I would just be like, oh, stop, you know? But I actually do really like Jack Black and Kyle Gass. 10 best Terry Wogan Eurovision moments. Oh, you beauty. Somebody pop that in the stream chat. Like Bella Rush gave Russia... They're not giving them points for the song. Afternoon, Looney Man. How's it going? How was stream today? How are you enjoying Roxham? You'll be pleased to know the Danish clubs are doing really well in this save, and it's fucking annoying. Actually, we will take part just in case there's any low knees. I was trying to bang our mate. Of course you were. That makes complete sense. Was our mate called Sarah, or am I just completely off base here? Or is that Stuart's sister? Never mind. Bronstein Larson. Oh, okay. From who? Oh, from us. Okay, fair one. Wig Grammar 2005. Yeah. Were they not in the same year then? For some reason, I thought they were. Yeah, you can go out online, bud. That's exactly why I do this. Yup. Yup, of course. Oh. At least they're doing well on one of the saves. Yeah. Unfortunately, they're doing better than us right now. It's quite annoying. Well, not like super better than us overall, but Christ, we've had some poor times. Just as well we're like doing this whole music chat, because otherwise I don't think I'd be able to cope. This is like the arch cope right now. Conchita Wurst. I remember that. I say that, but by that I mean that year, not that person. Like, it was a... Did she win? Or was she just like really, like, not highly rated, but like memorable? I can't remember if she won or not. Like, Eurovision acts I remember were that annoying Norwegian bloke with a fucking violin that everyone seemed to fancy, and I'm just like, he's not all that, is he, mate? No. Nothing compared to that Swedish guy. I think his name was Måns Zelmerlöw, who had a song... Alexander Rybak. That's the guy, yeah. Just, I couldn't do it. I just didn't understand what the big appeal about the guy was, to be honest. And there's the Russian grannies as well, the babushka singers. I bet bloody Bald and Bankrupt would have loved that. It's the most Soviet band he's ever heard. Okay, he's going to Starbuck, apparently. You actually saw them live. Wow. Still holds the record for the biggest win while I'm listening to a Eurovision podcast. So, hang on. Let me just go podcast mode for a sec. So, Drunk After Beer's wife. Who exactly is your favourite Eurovision act? And why is it Wigwam?
In winter.
Dr. Jumpstyler. Thank you for the follow, sir. Hope you're well. Epic Sax guy. I'm not banned from Norway. No! I can't have this. Can you, like, have a word with someone, Keeper Rod? I don't want to be banned from Norway. It seems like such a lovely place. Epic Sax guy's been in twice. Well, hot damn. Well, my favourite Eurovision act is, in fact, Rachel McAdams and Will Ferrell. So, you know, Volcano Man, greatest Eurovision song ever to exist. That is a hill I'm willing to die on. Although, to be honest, let's face it, Husavik is spectacular. Like, unironically, the song Husavik from that movie is genuinely an unbelievably good song. She pulled her face and walked out the room. Don't need her listening to my podcast anyway. I'd like a podcast. I just have no idea what the topic would be about. Although I guess my streams are kind of just that anyway, to be honest. Should have him host Eurovision? As in Dave Franco or James Franco? Or are we talking about the former Spanish dictator Francisco Franco? I realise that these three are very disparate in terms of personality. Right, okay. Just checking. Why would I make Jan the captain? No, Eric's staying captain. That's fine. Daily Chef chat. Oh, you're just in time. You're just in time. Favourite movie and why is it Chef? Eurovision related stream. Ah, no. Sorry, man. Although, imagine that. Should I just change the stream style? Just chatting Eurovision. Oh, I am still tempted to do a watch along stream. I just don't know how we'd structure that. The dictator is more from your type. God, you are just being a bastard today, aren't you, Arrow? Make me feel old and ting. Oh, to be fair, the amount of grey hair I'm getting is actually starting to be terrifying. One of the great things about getting a haircut is there'll be less grey hair because there'll be less hair in general. That is my logic. You're having a good day. I bet you are. I'm going grey as we speak. All of these guys, I don't think I can do any more scouting on them. I actually wouldn't mind these if they at least put the more important ones towards the top. That I would settle for. Actually, wait. This guy's fully scouted now. Nothing makes you... Hey, I would never be able to be bold. He's not bad, actually, is he? 16-year-old Mez. Left-footed, which is useful. Oh, see you later, Domich. Going bold is the ultimate power move. I suppose so. I don't think I could if I tried. Like, one thing I've had... one thing I don't think I'm ever going to have to worry about in my life is going bald. It's just one of those things that, like, older people in my family just have... There's one thing they just never have is baldness, really. Like, in terms of blood relatives, obviously. It'd be a bit weird if I inherited baldness for someone who isn't related to me, because that's not how genetics works, Matt. Darwin's just there like, you what, bruv? Strong Brent Burns beard if you're going to be bald. I don't know, my beards, they don't work once they get to a certain level, I find. They just look like... A certain length of beard, I think, suits me. This kind of length is fine, but once it gets too long, I just kind of go somewhat Hoboic. Like, I look like I should be under a bridge after a certain point. Let's try... I bet you he's... Because Russian Club, unfortunately, is going to be way too expensive, but I think it's worth a pop. Just to see if it is a reasonable price, particularly as he's so young. Would he be worth, like, 7 mil? Obviously not up front. We could do 3.5, 3.5. Would that be worth doing? Move to Villa Park. Seriously? Hey, I tried. You're not already living under a bridge? Yeah, that's right. I bring the mood lighting with me. This is actually an overpass under the A14 chat. It's weird. It's incredible how the car noise is so, like, cut out, isn't it? I think I've done a great job with the sound protection here. Look, a Vauxhall Corsa just drove by. 3.5 and 3.5 would probably not quite do it, but we'll see. Bearing in mind, we do have 146 million in transfer funds. What am I doing there? That's not even close to what I want to do. Sideways Robin Reliant. Hey, what can I say? I thought Aguero had already agreed to join them. Imagine that football chat on this stream. In these parts, on the day of our Lord, football chat. Ah! I'd probably leave that there. Just see if they take it. No. Why on earth would I do that? No. What on earth? That's more money. Bought Barbie yesterday. Hey, fair one, man. Fair one. I'm only kidding, by the way. Like, obviously we talk football. It's just one of these days. My streams are not really known for football chat. A common theme is, hi, Matt. What do you think about the Champions League predictions for tonight? And I'm just like, who's playing? I don't really have an opinion on that, to be honest. But I did watch the highlights of the Chelsea-Real Madrid game last night, chat, so I can pretend I watched the match today. There you go. Yeah, that's not happening. Weird negotiation there. We've done pissed them off, apparently. So I guess that's not happening, which is a shame, because I quite like the surname Filipov. But I guess he can Filipov. Sadowski, he's at Bayern, no point. Nicholas is Real Madrid, no point. Claudio Bartual. Okay. Who do I support? I'm a Fulham fan. Hence my lack of interest in the Champions League. I'm preparing my knowledge for the Championship. Discovered how we can constant renewable energy. Okay. Attach a dynamite to... Yep, I'm actually a Bradford Park Avenue fan. Oh, God. That finish, or near finish from Kai Havertz was... My headphones have just stopped working. That's terrific work. Spectacular. Oh, headphones. If you fancy. As long as you guys can still hear the music, that's the main thing. Okay. Bit rude, but sure. But no, that Havertz dink for the Werner goal was superb. I kind of wish that had gone straight in, to be honest. It would have been a cracking moment. Music's still playing, that's fine then. I don't know what's going on with my headphones. I might just turn them off and turn them back on again. Wait. They turned themselves off? Alright, headphones. Calm down, lads. That was weird. Is he fully scouted? He is. Thing is, though, Ajax. You can imagine the price. This could be worse. At least you'll be in the Premier League next year, I suppose. Thing is, I didn't even have to switch them off. Turns out they'd done that for me. Don't ever say that about Slough Town. Yeah, go on. Who does everyone support? I already know a lot of you lot, in fairness. I know Carbon Cutter's a Fulham fan. Like, that's true. That's maybe what it was. The sheer weight of my hair done flipped the switch, chatto. It can happen. Hang on. £900,000? Yes, who do you support, Robin? I bet it's a really old team. I've always noticed that I tend to have larger amounts of viewers that support like random teams that I might well have done saves with in the past. So there'll be a lot more Pompey, Wimbledon, Bolton, Stockport, Notts County than perhaps you'd expect statistically. Pompey specifically as well, because that was obviously too many cons. He's 800 grand. He's an Ajax player who's 800 grand. I think we'll probably be fine, even with that amount of cons. Besides, most of these cons are irrelevant. Like work permit stuff. This stuff's all completely irrelevant. Consistency. For 800 grand, I'll happily take it. If he actually wants to sign a contract with us, then we'll do it. No one's saying HJK. Well, it's because we've run them all out of town, haven't we? HJK, not welcome here. Apart from Soppermar. Soppermar's fine. We love that Finnish wanker. He's not going to get Dutch cap straight away, so I could probably put this in his first contract and get away with it, to be honest. Hey, big boy. Oh, this suddenly became a very different type of stream. How's it going, man? How are you, man? Yeah, I'll dump him on like that if he actually gets a cap. But we'll also have to do a boat clause on him because if he actually signs for us, I'll be amazed. Support FC Thames too. Stop smacking on cap. No, I refuse. Oh shit, it's frozen again. Fuck's sake. How on earth? We've gone through like 3 weeks of no cam freezes, and then today it's just been freezy McFreeze face. That is the worst one yet, I think, honestly. Oh dear. If you're a boot, I could have another coffee, could I? That did. You played the full-on Uno reverse card on me there, Robin. Oh dear. Yeah, no, the camera does that sometimes. It's a motherboard issue, unfortunately. Now we can really D about it. Sometimes it works, like flawlessly for weeks, and then we'll have a stream like today. Hey, apparently so, mate. Just let her know where to send it. We'll get it into post. It might be, you might have to put it in the microwave by the time it gets there, but that'll be fine, right? Not wrong with that. Mr. Claudio Bartoil. Great tackling. But a play like this at Valencia is probably beyond us. If we actually get that Dutch guy, I'll be very impressed. I'll tell you this, Hodgson, right? I didn't have a single coffee yesterday. I completely forgot about it. I was just like working, getting OTI shit done. Because I came to a part in OTI where there was games 2 weeks apart and I tried to do 5 of them in the off-camera segment. And each one took between 12 and 13 minutes to get between them just with the processing time. So I was just sat there like for such a long time. And I still didn't have a coffee, so I'm proud of myself for that. David Marcionetti. Wow, look at the... Whoa! Look at the bloody mentals and physicals on this guy. Shitting Christ. The whole tackling training not being a thing is still really bizarre to me. Stonehenge. Good stuff. That's fine. Just tell you what. You position the stones correctly, because you can definitely move those, and then we'll send it down for you. Garforth with the 11-month resub. Thank you, man. How's it going?
SYC Pochamp, SYC Pochamp, SYC Pochamp, SYC Pochamp.
Pochamp. Yeah, he is... Well, we do use a ball winner, but we use him here. But he is that in a nutshell. Do we know much about what we'd expect to pay? No. Don't want to sell. Most of this is irrelevant. Very brave. New signing philosophy. I'm intrigued. I'm kind of in this... I'm just in a mood to make some signings, you know? As long as they're not, like, stupidly priced. I'm in the mood for it. Okay, that's stupidly priced. Wow, St. Gallen are playing with big money here. That'd be, what, 17 million we'd have to pay overall. That's quite a lot. He's got very good physicals and mentals for a 17-year-old. But 17 million is an awful lot to pay. He's still very, very good. But that is a lot. Yeah, I saw the whole Hazard laughing. Who was he actually with? I don't know, but is he becoming a bit like Gareth Bale in many ways? His nation, he's Swiss. 17 million, but like I guess when... I'm kind of tempted to do it. Remember how much money we actually have still? I kind of tempted, you know. There's something about him that I just think is really, really good already. And I just wonder if the scouts have underrated him slightly. Hieroglyphs as a logo. Hey. How do we make so much money? Player sales, mostly. There was an 83 million sale and an 80 million sale that's kind of financed us for a few seasons now. So we do have to be careful. But I kind of wonder, actually, if it is actually worth giving this a crack. Doing 17. And then I'll do like 10 and 7. Thank you, Em. How do? There she is. The dreamboat. I've kind of... Seth Rogen bought the team. Who have we sold? So Pinedo was sold and Isailovic was sold as well. Those were sort of forced sales, sadly, as we had no choice in the matter. What about Pablo Javier Guzman? Is he worth 2.1 million? I mean, I guess the question is... Actually, no. I mean, is he worth 2.1 million in compensation? Is it River Plate? Same kind of cons, but then they always seem to have those. I worry about the momentum. It's not the momentum. The potential with him might be the thing that holds him back. He says having just literally potentially spent 17 million on a guy who's not that much better, but I think the other guy does have... The difference between him and someone like Marcionetti is that he's so much more consistent across the board. Like, Marcionetti is unbelievable across virtually every area of his game, and he's still only 17 with a professional personality. Expiring contracts. No, it's just my scout report. Imagine if a killer is in your house and he laughs like Seth Rogen. I don't know if I'd be terrified. That's a good point. Very sad and concerned. He's worried I'm not going to buy him. That's what it is. Right, so let's go to the next one. Leon guy, he's not as good, and also Leon probably more expensive. What about... Okay, more information required. Still scouting you, that's fine. Mohamed Chigali. Wow, he's... Holy crap, might be the best Mauritanian I've ever seen. In fact, screw it, he's on it. He's got no contract, so I might try and trial him. So basically, this is when you get scout reports requested, I tried, you can change the preferences so that they all go into a big inbox filter rather than coming through individually. That way you can kind of assess a bit quicker, essentially. That's all we're doing. So I did a load of scouting off stream earlier to just pick some players to get my scouts to have a little look at, and this is kind of just us working through those at the moment to see if there's anything of quality, you know? And there's an awful lot of players to go through. I wonder how many we've still got to scout. It's probably over 1,000. I'm curious now, actually, once this is done. Yeah, 1,100. So the way to change that is if you go into here, so there's filters, which will show you different recommendation levels. If you go to this and make sure that this is ticked, it will only ever send them to the scouting center, and then you'll get like a recap in there. Whereas if you have it set to here, you'll get individual reports in your inbox. You can also change the preferences in here that shows you various different things that you might or might not want to change, basically, when you're doing it. It's one of the first things I set up with any new saves. Ray Sara, he's actually agreed to join us. 900k to get a player from Ajax who's, like, he's not spectacular, but for 900k, that is an absolute steal. Marcionetti's been accepted as well. I'll take that. He wouldn't come through till the end of the transfer window. That's fine, yeah. He will get Swiss cap, so I do need to be careful there, but he doesn't even want that much money. Which actually might be a sign that he's not as good as I think. But like what we can see about him, I like. So that's fine. Oh dear. I won't what? So that's good. Oh, they rejected it. You're on £5 a week, mate. Alright, I guess we'll keep scouting him then. Weird. Hey, Henry. Yeah, it do be a bit like that. Wow, so that's confirmed. And that's fine, yeah. Worst case scenario, it's only for... Yeah, exactly. It's only 900k. And I feel like he's still going to be a good player for another Norwegian team, even if he doesn't succeed here. But I still feel like Marcionetti, actually, he's very good for 17. If his potential is even, like, half decent, I think we've got a player on our hands there. Long way to develop him. The first thing I'd probably get him to do would be to work on that positioning. Get him on defensive positioning. Bam. Worst case scenario, you've wasted 17 million. True, but you can say about any signing. You know, you remember the risk we took on bringing in Isailovic for 15 million, and then we sold him for 80. With Tromso. He is very good. I think the game's underestimating him somewhat. With Tromso, which is a team in the Arctic, I tried. In Norway, that is. Like, northern Norway. Very, very, very northern Norway. We haven't... Hang on. What? Oh, okay. I'll have to have a look at that later. Didn't realise we had a space there. So the cup. I can't wait to see which bunch of fishermen we're going to be destroying this year. Battering, some might say. One of these rounds we're going to get drawn against like a top flight side. We'll get Mulder in it or something. Past you. Okay. A load more quality. Hot damn. Bruno Augusto as well. Jorg Eggestein. Oh, hang on. No, he's not fully scouted yet. Mario Jakovljevic. He's at Barcelona. It's the problem when I do more scattergunners. You tend to find players like that in there. They're all still being scouted. Chelik isn't. So we can keep scouting him a bit more. Europe Mulder, so I can't touch him. The rest of these guys aren't quite going to be good enough. I know there was an Uzbek guy in there too. Cool. Battering some fishermen. Exactly. You'll have to see it. Osman Kebab. I hope that was a typo. That's great. I take it he's not done well for Liverpool so far then. Is that what the conclusion we're coming to, chat? Let's just see a registration window. Ooh. We should be fine, right? In fact, I don't even know if we're going to be able... Yeah, look, we've only got 6 slots filled of the homegrownies. Everyone I want to register is basically registered. So I'll take that. Up the fisherman. Exactly. From under a soundproof bridge. Yeah, it's true. What can I say? I'm an engineering marvel. It's very accustomed to finishing 6th in the league. He'll be back. Like, everyone has bad seasons. Fulham, most of them. We have to do something again. I would quite like a boring season as a Fulham fan, to be honest. It's like either we're getting promoted or we're nearly getting relegated or are getting relegated. That's how it's been for like the last 7 years, it feels like. Battling against relegation in the Championship. Then we had the playoffs in the Championship. Then we won the playoffs in the Championship. Then we got relegated from the Premier League. Then we won the playoffs in the Championship. Now we've got relegated from the Premier League. I would just like a nice, easy season with nothing to worry about. But no, the universe says no. Not allowed. Alex Mbabu. Wow. Great potential Irish talent there. Okay. Intriguing. Oh my goodness, there's a load of good players that just popped up here. At some quite expensive looking teams. Pier Giorgio Rizzieri. Okay, I take that back. This is the most Italian man I've ever seen. Sandy Lonchart. Didn't I have a player called Milan Lonchart? Was that at Bolton or was that a different club? I've actually forgotten. I guess with the injuries that you've had this season, though, like it was inevitable that there would be some drop-off. Losing Virgil van Dijk for like the entire season, essentially, was always going to have a negative effect on the team. And then with all the other injuries going around that as well, it was always going to be a tough one. Ooh, another Syrian lad. He looks a bit better than the last one, actually. He's at Napoli. Maxim Belov? Sure. Marco Mazzuzzi? Can't scout him. Pascual Ortega's actually... Well, we'll trial him, I guess. And I think that might be it for those guys. Wow. Cool. Sort it. Yeah, I don't know how he didn't get red carded for that tackle, but... I was about to say FM's going to FM, but, you know, that's real life, Matt, so maybe not. Thank you, Em. You're right. She's just completely blanked me there. Well, I'm sorry. But I do now have coffee, so that's good. But I had to remove my M button to provide a manual mute button on my microphone settings, unfortunately. Competition expectation reviews. Okay, right. Wow, a league game. Imagine that. I bloody love a league game. So one change. Goalkeeper, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine as well. The bench. Oh, dearie me. Oh, wait, that's better. That's slightly better. Obviously, this guy can't play. So with the Lindo... Not Lindo. Longwire's now back. Wait, Fernandez should probably be on the bench then. If we can only play that amount of players. Right. First pee break of the stream, chatto. I know. It's crazy. I'll be back in a sec. You know what? Well, you don't know what to do, but just talk amongst yourselves, you know? Talk amongst yourselves. How dare you imply it? How dare you imply that I would replace M with a coffee button? Turns out I actually replaced it with a mute button. You know. Oh, dear. Em, you're the one that made me get rid of the button. I was happy to move it. Wait, what's this? Oh, at the beginning or ending of a relationship with that one? Oh, lordy lord. Why is it saying... I suppose it is quite... Because you really need to cover that part of the pitch, to be fair. It's very dangerous. Oh, you listen to them. Nice. Yeah, I'm going to have another listen after stream, I think. They are so bloody good. They want to come to my house and finish building this twat. Ah, M is your man for that, to be fair. M is a flat pack genius. She loves building like flat pack furniture, which, oh, you have no idea what a utility that is as to know someone that's that like into flat packs and also just has a knack for flat pack anything. Honestly, M could build a flat pack Earth, but then some people would complain because then it wouldn't flat anymore. Oh, I just don't have the patience, is what it is. I think I would get too frustrated too quickly. What is a flat pack? Like IKEA, Robin, or a Swedish person. This is true. Although, given what Robin's just said, maybe not. As Sandy puts us in front after 7 minutes here with his second goal. Oh, of course, because he scored against Liverpool, didn't he? Oh, dearie me. Just doesn't notice. What have I not noticed? What's happened? Oh, fuck. What's happened? The clip. What's wrong with the clip? Is that the buy whore thing? If I recall. I'm assuming it's the buy whore thing. Well, Sandy's had a good start of this game here. Go on, Jan. Oh, he's missed entirely. So, yeah, there's a guy there who's just, his sole job is like, this is Jens. He removes the screw from the flat pack. With a terrible Swedish accent there. Sounded more like, actually, no. I have no idea where that came from. Go on, Renan. Yes. Here's one for you, chat. Totally out of the question. Totally out random. But does anyone here is Jens from East Germany? Yes, he is. He's actually from Dresden. He just works in IKEA in Dresden. I didn't tell you that he was from Sweden, just that he works for IKEA. Is there not an IKEA in Dresden? Checkmate, atheists. Is that Welsh? I'm removing all the screws from the flat pack. Slightly brummy. Every accent I do is very fluid, you know? It keeps you guessing. IKEA product or obscure Eastern European football team? That's amazing. I want to do that quiz now. No, apparently. Oh, there's Dynamo Dresden as a football team. They're, I believe, the third or second tier in German football, are they not? Correct me if I'm wrong. Match joke even lands. Which joke would that be? Hang on, which joke did I even say? I've literally forgot. But yeah, what I was going to ask you actually is, Em and I were watching Scrapyard Wars the other day, and they were playing Dirt Rally, and it got me thinking about an old school rally game I used to play back in the day. And I had a free copy of it, and I think it was called like Mobile 1 Rally or something, but it was really, really good for the time. And I have no idea what actual game it was. I used to have like a CD version of it, but it was such a good game. There's a Dresden IKEA. Oh, fuck yes. Thank you. There you go. I have been vindication! That's it. Cheese or service station. Oh, I tell you what, another favourite of mine is Premier League Academy graduate or 19th century member of Parliament. That is another particularly fascinating quiz you can do with your mates. Last 2 or 3 streams. Ooh, mostly bad things, Maris, unfortunately. More Champions League disappointment. Some tactical switches as we try to figure something out that's going to be more effective long term. There's that too. Mostly just that. Some signings, sort of. No sales, thankfully. What a strike from Morales. This definitely feels like the right approach to taking league games when we're expected to win. We do look that little bit better playing like this and creating a lot of opportunities. So that's a good sign. GeoGuessr IKEA edition. Well, they've already done a map that is all the Weatherspoons. I assume a lot of you are watchers of GeoWizard. And he did that one where he did the Wetherspoons map. And obviously one of the Wetherspoons on the map was the Regal in Cambridge. I would say my local, but it's not even close to being my local. But it's the only Wetherspoons left in Cambridge since the Tivoli burned down. Banda found on MySpace or anything of choice. Yeah. Wow, that was only half time. Wow. Okay. Yep. This seems like a good idea. Oh, Viking, are we dubbing later, mate? I'll take that as a yes, even if he doesn't respond. Off for a run! That's weird parlance that I've never heard anyone out of a tiny bubble in East Anglia use as, like, slang for a cigarette. Maybe I'm wrong, but, like, some people always used to say back at school that they were going for a run. I don't know where that, like, terminology came from or whatever, but yeah. I like British slang. It's so strange. Nice. Yeah, I'm dubbing the instructional videos. It's exactly what I'm doing. I'm going to dub it over in my Welsh-Swedish accent. It's going to be great. I just speak Swedish, but in like a Welsh accent. It'd be perfect for it. It would throw people off just enough to forget that there's missing screws from their IKEA boxes. Hello, I'm Jens from Dresden. Is he from the valleys of Dresden? Oh, what a finish from Cochimano. Sandy could do with a little rest, I think. We'll get old Sandy boy out. Every spoon's has a different carpet. Oh, you know what, Ollie? I was not expecting a fact that fun, but that is a fun fact. Everyone has a different carpet. Is there a reason for that, or they just felt like being like... What do I actually mean? Oh, dubbing. Like, it's something we say... So basically, dub being like another, like a synonym for winning, and it just basically to us it just means, are we playing games later? because reasons. A book of Wetherspoon's carpets. Oh, Dan, my Christmas list just keeps getting longer and longer, buddy. You can't say things like that. M's the type of meme lord that would then take that information and actually go and find something like that, to be fair. So I've got to be careful what I say in case I end up with a book of carpet. Fake doubles. No, technically it's just like, oh god, there she is. Technically when we say dubbing, we just mean like playing games, because we very rarely play. Actually, we do play doubles sometimes. It just depends on who's around, innit? What I hate about certain online games, like for example, when you party up in a game like Rocket League and there's 4 of you, I wish there was just a setting where you could have it basically pick 3 of you on a random basis for each round and then do like competitive 3s based on that. But I don't understand why more games don't have this, so that you can have a larger party but not everyone goes into the game each time. Or if there's like a group of 5 of you in there, it splits you off into like a random group of 2 and 3 and then puts you into competitive like that. I don't understand why there isn't enough, why games don't do that. Fortnite had a slight mechanic like that where you could sit out for games while still remaining in the party. But yeah, exactly. I translate. I do. You'll find out all about that octopus specifically from me. Someone to be on the bench. What's that? Where do you play in Rocket League? I'm on the bench. I guess that would be the wall. Well, it's not that. The issue is that you can't play with friends if there's too many of you in the party. That's my point. In that you can't go do competitive games if there's more than 3 of you in the party. So if you go to 4, then you have to play Chaos, and it's really annoying. So what I mean is, if there's more than 3 of you, it'd be cool if it just randomly allocated 3 people from each one each time, so that you can still play competitive modes. That's what I'm getting at. It just feels like an underrated expectation, but I'd quite like to see more games. Or even if you had the option to sit out of a game so that you could still do 3s without actually having to leave the party. Like you can in Fortnite. Not that I've played that for a while. So much so that I've actually like taken my PS4 off the desk now and I've put it up above the wardrobe in some bubble wrap. Such is the will to play it at the moment. Play against each other, but that's not competitive mode then, is it? You can't then do comp. We do that sometimes, but it's not the same as playing like online competitive with your friends when you're on the same team. And what I mean is it would just be cool if there was 4 of you. It just took a random 3 for each game and then threw you into the match each time. That'd be cool for me. That way you could still play comp. Because I don't know, I find games less entertaining when we're not doing like competitive stuff. I don't know, I'm like that. It's one of the few areas where I am quite competitive. Never when it comes to FM, though. So Mulder with a 3-1 win on the opening day. Rosenborg with a 6-2. And Brand lose to Salzburg with both players on loan from us. They're not better than Platt. I'm the least good, and I'm Platt 3 in threes.
Cooper, do not hate me.
They carry
I
me
am familiar
a
with
lot.
over 600 dance moves, and I am programmed to get freaky.
Benny Nixon, thank you very much for the follow. So, or Beanie, more likely Beanie. But thank you very much, nevertheless. I hope you're well today. No, I'm Plat 3 in threes, and like Plat 2 in twos, and like Plat 1, Plat 2 in ones. I'm not being carried quite as much as I used to be. But most of my friends are Diamond, and Viking is like Diamond/Champ, depending on how many games he's recently played with me. Yeah, I do like... I've been practicing. I've definitely been getting better. I'm no longer being completely carried every time we play, which is obviously a step in the right direction. I don't know. Rocket League's just a fun game. Bronze. Yeah, but like, how many hours have you actually got in the game, Ollie? It takes a long while to get used to it, I find. I was bronze for ages when I started playing it again. Well, that's exactly it. Like, whenever we play, obviously, because they're all like high diamond, I'm thrown into games where I'm like a Plat 3 and I'm playing against like Diamond 3 players, and I still normally do okay, to be fair. But it's hard. One of these days I'm going to get Diamond. One of these days. Oh, is this the book? Oh my god. Well, there we go. Spoons Carpets by Kit Kalles. An appreciation. I like it. It's like an ode to. But this is the thing, Curly, right? It feels like the better you get at Rocket League, the worse you realize you are at Rocket League. That's what I've heard, from what I can tell. I mean, I watch people that are... I watch a lot of Rocket League on YouTube and, like, streamers. Like, I probably watch more Rocket League streams than I do FN. Like, but it doesn't make me any better, you know? I have got slightly better. Just, like, positioning and stuff like that. Game sense more than anything else. My mechanics are still absolute garbo. Just nothing there at all. Ferry de Groot. Oh, you... That's a name. Exactly, it's reverse Dunning-Kruger. Exactly that, yeah. Very specific reverse Dunning-Kruger. It's the Diamond Kruger effect. Oh, god, yeah. No, the quality is insane by now. Particularly as it's gone free to play, so it's got a lot more try-hardy, I find. One of the things I hate about playing ones as well is I'll find that I'll go on a really good run and get my rank up quite high, and then the game will pit me up against people who are unranked, and I can see, because I have backers mod, that their MMR is like 200 higher than me, and I'll get 3 of those in a row where they're clearly not at the same rank as me, and then I'll just go straight back down again. I'm like, why? Oh, dearie me. On all the games due to having carries on my team. Yeah. Yeah, imagine that. You go into Rocket League, and then after a while you're like, hang on, they can fly? I'm not quite at that level of bad, but I'm not good. And I try.
Here's a fun fact. Voltaire can
Colonel Beardy, thank you for the follow, my friend. Hope you're well, Colonel. Colonel, sorry, my apologies. That was a terrible salute, but you deserve it, sir. Oh, agreed, Marius. Rocket League streams are extremely toxic. I was watching Thanovic the other day, and I just don't know how you deal with that. You couldn't have any kind of genuine conversation with your chat, I don't think. And I'd hate that. I'd hate if my chat was just a constant, like, spam of nothing. That would be, like, the worst experience. The best thing about streaming is the chat and the dialogue we have together. You know? That's what makes it worthwhile, really, in the grand scheme of things. Lucas Mason, fine if he insists. I'll scout him more. Mario Yakovlevich, actually, he's a striker / Metsala, which is a nice little combination of player that could sit in all three. Well, okay then. Oh, yeah, I mean, you wouldn't be able to read chat, but my point is that even between games, it's just, you know, it's not great. The missus and I got ranked at 2v2 with a... Yeah, exactly. It's... I don't know why it does that. I think when you're in slightly lower ranks, it does have this weird thing where it will just put you up against unranked players a lot, where it's trying to give them a rank, but it just seems to fuck you every single time. FM community is extremely nice at the same time. That's probably what it is as well. So it might honestly be that the Rocket League stuff isn't actually that toxic. It's just because I'm so used to the outrageously sort of protective bubble that is the FM community when it comes to Twitch that actually, if I was streaming any other game... Like, I've only ever streamed in another category one time, And even that was enough to get some toxic wankers in. That was when we streamed in just chatting. When we did the Christmas quiz last year, when I was dressed as Santa. And I decided to stream it in just chatting, because obviously we weren't doing FM for like 2 hours. And we got some proper melons coming in during that. I guess that's just chatting for you, though, isn't it? Right, which set of fishermen are we going to destroy this year? Go on. Give me a real lower league bunch of... Oh, dear. You're in a league. That's not allowed. I want to play against Orval. Can't touch the ball above the ground, and then the next game you have a guy that... Yeah, indeed. But, like, I don't know if you guys use Bacchus mod, because it can actually show you their MMR, so you could see how good they actually are. And, yeah. So, I'll come up against people in, like, ones, and it's like they're 200 points better than me MMR-wise, when usually the gap's, like, 6 or 7. Santa wasn't in a hot tub. I knew I did something wrong. Yeah, just chatting's weird. I regretted doing that, but I didn't want to stream that in the FM category because it just wouldn't be fair to other streamers that wanted to stream FM while I'm sat there in a fucking Santa suit doing a quiz, you know? We need to do another one of those at some point. Maybe a summer quiz. I guess no ranking system is perfect, but I do find it weird that, I think that's where they currently reside. Yes, Olbob. I assume there are other streams that are of different types of content in there as well. I'm gonna be honest, I haven't really looked. I don't really look in categories on Twitch other than FM when I'm looking for raids and new streamers to find, and I always do that. Rocket League, obviously. Slay the Spire, Hades, iRacing. That's about all I really watch on Twitch, to be honest. I haven't watched iRacing on Twitch for a little while. I actually need to go back into Malone streams. Did we ever get that deal done with that guy? Oh, that's not as good now. Amshoff. Cool. Ooh, 4 million, though. Ooh. He might be good, but he might not be that good. Jermaine McDonough. Ji Yun Long. Okay. No, we can't scout him yet. Rodrigo Ibanez. I think that's my cut-off point, really. Ooh, was that a guy from South Sudan? We've tried the South Sudani guys before. Oh, a guy from Nepal. Deepak Aryal. Okay. Pretty cool. And a guy from Bhutan. Lovely. Jars of Matt Bathwater go on sale. That's bold of you to assume that they're not already on sale. I've never played Overwatch. Ever. 22k subs. I don't know about million. It depends, really, because, like, it's hard to tell, because you can work it out, sort of, with stuff like that, but then you also don't know how much people are being paid for, like, brand deals and stuff like that. That's always the big sort of opaque part of it, you know. Plus, it's hard to work out because you don't actually know what their revenue split is with Twitch, because it's like 50-50-ish, but certain streamers that are, like, further up have different agreements with Twitch where they get a higher percentage of the revenue from subs and stuff like that. So someone like me gets, like, the bog standard split, but bigger streamers can have a higher negotiated revenue split as well. Sweet the foot
back from El Walko.
El
Just
Walko.
wondering if there is a Norwegian text-to-speech. If so, I'd like to meet him.
Do you know what? I'll have a look after stream and see if we can get Streamlabs Brian to take a little break for next stream and see if there's a Norwegian TTS guy, because I'd be interested in that. Booba.tv, of course they have. I do like racing sims. It's just that there's no space. I used to have a wheel set up, but the desk just simply isn't big enough, unfortunately. But when we move, bigger new desk, racing wheels back out, renewing my iRacing account. It's happening. I miss it. Like, I watch iRacing streams and I watch iRacing content. I just don't have the space and talent to actually perform it and take it on myself, you know? Which is a shame, because I did enjoy it when I did it back in the day. Want to see Matt and just chatting. I'm surprised there are cooking streams, aren't there? So, yeah, that's the thing. Like, I mean, to be fair, I follow a lot of people on Twitch because obviously I'm always looking for smaller streamers to do raids on. So sometimes if I'm waiting for a video to render, I'll just go, you just switch from iRacing to them racing. Exactly. I like those odds. I'll just look on Twitch in the FM category sometimes and see if there's any streamers that I've not heard of or not seen before. So I'll just load up a load of streams in different tabs and just go through and watch them for a little bit. And if I like them, or like they've got good audio quality, I'm like, okay, cool. If they're streaming one after I'm done, I can go raid them at some point. Because I always want to expand the amount of people that I can give raids to, because, you know, that's cool. I like being able to do that and share audiences and introduce people to new content creators, you know? It's part of the fun of streaming, really, is the community aspects around it. And FM's very good for that. There's a lot of raids in FM, and it's pretty cool. Rather be in the midfield, really. I don't know why we'd do that when we could just have him in his normal position and then probably do maybe Bueno even in there, actually, because Sandy will play further up this time, maybe. Where's Ovalot? Oh, he's injured. Okay. Euro Truck. I love Euro Truck Simulator 2. I want to be able to play that as well, to be honest. Afternoon, Egbert. How's it going, man? All English Europa League final. So that would be Arsenal United. Imagine that if it was both of them were all English. Didn't that happen once before? When it was Arsenal Chelsea in the Europa and Liverpool Spurs in the Champions League. Limmy playing a truck sim. Yeah. Because I don't know about you guys, but I watch quite a lot of Twitch clippy channels like Viction and Top Keck. Just because, I don't know, I just find Twitch clips quite funny. But do you ever get the feeling with those sort of channels that they are very much... you'll see a random stream in there sometimes, and you feel like the person who runs the channel is very much putting in like random people that they know, because the clips sort of don't fit in with the rest of the videos, and they're just trying to use it as a signal boost, which, hey, you put yourself in that situation, more power to you. But it does, sometimes they stand out like a sore thumb, and you're like, ooh, okay, that was random. There's probably loads of channels like that, but I don't know, they're usually good fun anyway. One day I hope to be on one. I just have to get a good timing clip or something. Or fail miserably, which is, to be fair, what I've done on most streams lately. So, hey. Stardew Valley is a bop of a game. Let's play more of that. I just never have the patience with games like that. I did try to play a little bit a few weeks ago, actually. Can't remember what my motivation for doing that was, just because it's a good game, I suppose. That's exactly it, Pixel Pinnon. I used to do that. Back when I was playing on a laptop. I always remember listening to the Milton Keynes Dons Man United game while I was playing ETS in like 2014 or whatever it was, when they beat them like 4-1 or something. I listened to that on a Euro Truck Simulator radio, driving to probably Dresden or something. What's up with the rankings? As in, that's new, I suppose. Like, what have they done now? Cavalcanti's got a knock, and I actually might just get him off here. Because we've got Drill on. I don't want to risk Cavalcanti getting hurt. Not when we can avoid it anyway. Come on, Lucas. Oh! I keep accidentally calling him Lucas Radaby. I mean, they are. I thought they were going to move over to like a sort of ELO system. Because it does seem that it's really easy to manipulate the rankings. Done by one guy. Yeah, there was a documentary about it. I don't know if it was No Clip. It might not be. There was an interesting documentary about the production of the game. But it was really, really good. No Clip do some really good stuff. Their series on Hades is absolutely spectacular. Oh, Sandberg with a shot of the near post. Not quite, though. Uploading clips within... Wow. That's impressive, actually. The reason I keep saying Lucas when he's called Super Ciso is because of Lucas Radaby, the former Leeds United player. That's the reason. I just have his image and likeness stuck in my head. That's how... Yeah, that's why I keep calling him Lucas accidentally, because that's all I think of when I think of Radaby, is Lucas Radaby. And that, yeah, just wonderful player. Plus, Super Ciso is quite a hard name to say, or to remember, particularly when you're on the fly, like I very often am, winging it, per se. Kaiser Chiefs legend, indeed. There's a band I haven't heard from for a while. I liked a couple of their songs back in the day. Good ball through from Cochimano. Go on, Zanelli. Good first touch. And great finish from Julian Zanelli. Lovely stuff. Cochimano definitely does seem more effective playing slightly higher up on that right-hand side. Still providing good passes. Oh, see you later, Freddie. Thanks for coming by, man. Always nice to see you. Oh, of course, yeah. No, that's very obvious that they were named after the club. But, yeah. Still makes me think of them. Ah, dear. Bonner have started quite well, actually. Didn't they score like... Wow, what is their scoreline if they're ahead of us on goal difference? Or is that just because it hadn't updated yet? Because we weren't winning technically at the point. And Zanelli nearly makes it 2-0. Hot damn. Hello, Danny. How do, my friend? Ah, there we go. That's better. How's your day going? Was that a shot map specifically for Higuita? Gary Allsop scored again. When will he stop, eh? This has not been as good as the last performance by any stretch, but we'll take it. They are playing a bit more of a defensive setup. I suppose it's because we're kind of mimicking them in reverse, so our our attacking mid is going to be sat right where their DM is. What if we could just mimic them and that would maybe help us be better in games like this, but we're winning anyway. There's no need to overdo it, I suppose. One other bonus is surely Mulder will have... I'm wondering when it is that Mulder are going to lose their coefficient points for winning the Europa Conference League, and I'm hoping it's not this season, because I want to make sure that they're still going to be a pot 1 team. Wow, that's a strike and a half. It must be relatively soon, though, because Brahm was a year and a half ago, I think, and Mulder was, what, 2 years before that? So they must be fairly close to losing, because they got 24 points for that. Oh, Chateau. My forward Madison stuff's finally come. It hath cometh. Oh, thank you for the follow, Finesse. Is it actually? It's here. That's sick.
Look at that.
That is fucking sick. It finally arrived. It's taken like 2 months, but it's finally arrived. The hoodie is here. Well, that's really nice. Smells like flamingo, you know? We've gone full mingo. And the shirt. Yeah, we'll have to give it a wash. That is a fucking sick shirt. Absolutely brilliant. Oh, that is such a nice shirt. That is just phenomenal stuff. I love that shirt.
I ordered this.
In March.
No, in fucking February.
Okay, February then. Oh, that's sick. I'll have to try that shit on later. I'm only worried. I've not got anything on under this jumper, so I can't take it off. But M's going to model it for you, chat. Oh, yeah, for sure. Absolutely wear it on Saturday. Well, if you order it now, you might get it by Christmas.
I'll get it next year.
That's pretty sick.
What do you think?
Yes. She's just like, look at that ass. Hummel do some quality shirts. Yeah, the FMFC one I've got that was given to me by SI is a Hummel shirt as well. Really, really nice shirt. Take it off. There's too much clothes for TOS. Quick, get the paddling pool out. That shirt is phenomenal. I can't believe how nice that looks. Hopefully that fits me.
Oh, this will fit.
Because, I mean, it's got Dairyland on it, and that sounds like a theme park I would love to visit.
It's an American large, you'll be fine.
It's an American large, you'll be fine. How dare you insult our friends from across the pond. Oh, definitely got... Right, so now I have some more clothes I can wear. Incredible news. You know, oh, that is quite big, actually, isn't it? That's perfect. That'll definitely fit me. I'm size fat, so... That is such a nice shirt. Oh.
It's gonna cover your butt. So people can't
Cover my butt. I
out.
think you severely underestimate the dump truck I am rocking, friendo.
No. No, you don't.
Size thick.
You are not. No, you are not size thick.
I am size thick, boy.
You don't have a dump shirt.
I do be having a dump truck, chatto. They're size fat and a half. I'll let you know, boy, when I find out. Things turn sour after a while, you never know. I'm going to look so flamboyant. I have gone full mingo, and I'm happy to be there. Oh, it's just nice that it's here. It's just like, hey, now I can choose from several different outfits before I do streams or videos. You might notice I wear a lot of the same clothes.
I'll email the bloke with
Yeah, email forward Madison and let them know that it's actually arrived. What are you doing, step dump truck? Bye, him. I'll be a whole ass snack. Damn right. I'm a Kit Kat bite. No, I'm a Kit Kat chonky. That's what it is. Chase. Thank you to Chase at Forward Madison. That the Cadbury's theme park. Oh, I wish. So it's actually, and this is going to sound strange, an insurance company. I know you're all as disappointed as I am. It is not, in fact, a theme park. As far as I'm aware, Dairyland is an insurance company. That's FM's arse. Damn right. Damn right. Well, that was a nice little boon for the day. I've enjoyed that. I'll have to pop that on after. I've taken to wearing just jumpers with nothing underneath these days because it's like they're nice and baggy and comfortable, but it's too hot to wear anything underneath a lot of the time. It doesn't make any sense, does it? No. But they are an insurance company, as far as I'm aware. I could be wrong about that. Presumably Robin, our resident researcher, will be able to figure that one out. But no cheese rides. I know. I wanted to go on an Edam log flume, and yet here we are, sans log flume, and disappointed. I wonder why there aren't more like... Oh, God, it had a full bloody world tour. So essentially what happened... Oh, God, that's never good. Was it... Originally went to Chicago, and I was like, cool, they'll go to Chicago, maybe go to New York, and it will come out port of, like, in, I don't know, somewhere out of the port of New York. But then it went from Chicago to LA, and I'm like, okay, you're going the wrong way, sir. Please tell the sat nav to turn around. And then it went from LA to Tokyo, and then Tokyo to London, and now it's finally here. It's been in transit for a while, chat. Just offers you a glass of milk. Is there? Yeah. Yeah, you've crashed your car, but look, here, there's a dairy. Oh, wait, what? Well, I'll be damned. Oh, mate. Bug zone? Now you're chatting. Well, this is excellent news. What sort of shit they got going here? They've got pigs, got sheep, got meerkats, well-known farm animal, and donkeys. They've got indoor play, outdoor play, and fucking tractor rides, chat. Now you've got me. But my question now is, where is the dairy part of this? Like, do I get to milk a cow? Like, what are the attractions here? Oh, it's a... Wow. Spectacular. Just what I wanted. I was hoping I could click these and, you know, it would show me something about what these things mean. No, you just want to see the word tractor rides bigger. That is some web design. Web design is my passion, chatto. Oh, you get to milk something, all right. Oh, yes. Not even a cow there. No cows. Are we eating sheep's milk here? What's going on? Why would you not put a cow there at least if you're Dairyland? Meerkat milk is the best, indeed. Got to be careful though. Website design.jpg in it. Dairy farm. I suspect we've been lied to. I think we've been deceived. Alex Bone. Oh, nope, just straight up Alex Bone. Please be good, Alex. I don't think you are, but one of these days. Murphy Cabella. Ooh. Oh, keep scouting. You keep scouting. You can't keep scouting. You have a nice long name. That sounds fine. Dean Barrett. Another Irish laddo. Can't quite do any scouting with him just yet, but hey. Milton Porozzo. Oh, lovely stuff. Sunday. What's your favourite day of the week, Matt? Sunday. Yeah, that'll do. There's a guy called Aung Aung as well. There are some weird, like, theme park style attractions in the UK, I find. There's a lot of, like, insert X world. So, for example, down in Devon, there's a place called Barometer World, which sounds fucking riveting, I'll be honest with you. And every time we were kids on holiday with my parents, my dad would always threaten to take us to Barometer World. And I kind of want to go now just to observe what that could be like now. Ed Crest, thank you for the follow, sir. Hope you're well this afternoon. I'll reject that, of course. Diggerland, yep. Oh, I know Diggerland exists. My hairdresser's ex-husband, every single time he would come to look after their son, would take him to Diggerland. Were you pressured into going? I like it. I see what you did there, Bagpuss. I want to know more about Barometer World. Flamingo Land. Flamingo Land, isn't that not near Hull? Because didn't Flamingo Land used to sponsor Hull City at one point? Which is an amazing sponsorship, firstly. But yeah, Barometer World is definitely a thing. It's near, like, it's in, I'm trying to think where it's near. Kind of like... Actually, I don't know where it was. Near, like, Torrington, I think? Down in Devon. But a weird... I'm not sure what you'd even... I guess you just have loads of barometers there, I suppose. Not sure what else you'd put. Legoland? Yeah, imagine that Lego fucking land. Why wasn't there a Playmobil land? Quicksilver Barn, Merton. Oakhampton, yeah. There you go. Perfect. How do they judge it? See, what exactly... I mean, I'm guessing there's flamingos at Flamingo Land, but, like, what else is there at Flamingo Land beyond flamingos? I guess you just go and go, yep, that's some flamingos. I presume there is, like, rides and stuff. Are they all flamingo themed? Or are we just... Is it just called that? Because I guess you need, like, a hook, really, don't you? And I guess that might be theirs. Different sorts of flamingos. I didn't know there were different sorts of flamingos. 2 kilograms of chocolate. I would take that any day of the week. We're a year 7 school camping trip. Oh, I never went on camping trips with school. There was like D of E, but I never did anything like that because then I'd have to be outside and it's like cold and wet and... Small zoo and a few... Hey! Alton Towers have kangaroos. Do they really? I don't think I've ever actually been to Alton Towers. I've been to Chessington. I'm not really one of those people that's super into roller coasters. This is one of the things Em and I are very different about, you know? I'm the guy that holds the coats while other people go on roller coasters. I just can't be doing it. I think I get that from my dad. Like, I don't like the feeling of not being in control. Like, I don't even really like being a passenger in someone's car. I'm fine if I'm driving, but yeah. Go to Kristiansand Zoo. I don't really like zoos. I find zoos depressing. I don't know. I prefer to go to sanctuaries. I know that really there's a fine line in a lot of ways between them. Colin Wolfe, cool name. But, I don't know. I wouldn't mind going to see, like, to some wildlife sanctuaries in, like, natural habitats of animals. There's a cool, there's a place, I can't remember where it is. Let Benji, man loves zoos. I don't know. I just find zoos a bit depressing. That's what it is. That's what it is. Really. Hates rides too. Oh, bloody hell. E8's fun, this streamer. Animal Sanctuary in Essex. Oh, that's awesome. Whereabouts? Was it Wood Green by any chance? My parents got a cat from there once. Thought back on the fake beach. Oh. I wouldn't mind going to like actual animal sanctuaries and stuff. I think that's a bit different. Like. Yep, I'll be honest with you, bearded child. I was this fucking close to talking about Giraffe Manor again, but I was like, no, mate, you mentioned that on Tuesday. At least give it a week, bud. Don't want everybody winning their bingo match now, do we? I'm trying to think what other cliche topic I could talk about instead. Shall I tell you about this time I ran into Brad Friedel for you? How about that? Pull that one out. Dust off the old Brad Friedel story. From my little Rolodex that contains like 6 stories. I just hope that I use them sparingly enough that there's enough new people to not have it be weird. In Brentwood, oh cool. Meerkats, marmosets, and a rhea. I don't know what a rhea is. If you can have a dire wolf, can you have a diarrhea? Sorry, I'm a child. Brad the Chad Friedel, that's the one. No, I don't want Breach on the bench. I love Fernandez. He's done alright, actually. But again, not happening. It's weird that he started preferring that when it's just not a good idea. Getting us so I can centre forward Madison. Oh, God. I didn't say anything offensive, did I? She's just like going to try and get me cancelled. A slightly smaller emu. Oh. Fair one. I didn't know emus came in smaller sizes. And I've frozen again. GG's. God, that's a lot for today, I tell you. Even by my standards, that's bad. Like, come on. Camera. Fuck. Freezy, indeed. Love to hear the Brad Friedel story. It's not even a good story. It's just I ran into Brad Friedel once. And when I say that, I mean literally. That's the story. I haven't met many footballers in my life, can you tell? How can you lack familiarity? We've been playing it for a year, Drillon. Although I suppose he hasn't really played too much in there. Yeah, if you delete them, you won't be able to watch them. True. But also, just leave the clips. Like, we have all kinds of nonsense clips. I don't really delete them anymore. I can't be arsed. I actually haven't, Marius. No. Is this that random cup game? I probably could have played a rotated side for this, really, couldn't I? But oh well. I guess we'll just have to put 11 past them. I opened a door right into John Barnes and a McDonald's in Watford. There you go. She claimed to fame. I met comedian Mark Watson in a pub toilet. Not a pub toilet, a Pizza Express toilet. You could tick that one off your bingo cards too. There you go. That's one of my other 6 stories. You can hear them all on one stream. That's never happened before, has it? Good strike, actually, from Sandy. Even better goalkeeping in a way, as the fish now puts it in easily. Whereabouts is Brumunddal? I have no real knowledge of Norwegian geography other than Oslo here, Tromsø here, Stavanger here. That's about it. Passing Tom Scott under the underpass in King's Cross. Fair one. If you were near an underpass, you might have seen me there too, to be fair. Prince Andrew and Pizza Express. So many levels. Oh. So there was a lot of banging from outside and a dog started barking, so I was wondering what the hell was going on. Is that where Brummies go on holiday? They look out for Rainer Furoi while they're there. Oh, no, it was during the Edinburgh Fringe. I miss going to Scotland. I miss going to the Fringe. I miss... Em and I are definitely going back to Scotland when we can finally go back there. There's some stuff I need to collect from my auntie's flat. Some stuff that my cousin saved for me. Because obviously they're selling the flat now. Trondheim is in the middle where Norway starts to get thin. I see. So Oslo would be in the thick bit. They'd be able to wear that shirt. Bit bit concerned that we're only a goal up against this lot. We could probably do with not being. Maybe score a few more goals, lads, if you feel like it. Is somewhere I see. Fine, you keep your secret, Gandalf. It's fine. Whatever Gandalf is in Norwegian. Go on, Cochimano. No, okay. Go on, Morales. Oh my god. Have you got enough of a fringe at home? I mean, it could be said. I'm somewhat fringy, yeah. I'm glad it is as thick as it is, to be honest, because otherwise it would just be constantly hanging over my eyes. A couple of hours north of Oslo. Fair one. What, as in Brumunddal? Or one of the various other random Norwegian places I've mentioned? Okay. The second goal, please. Let's not let these guys have a single glimmer of hope. Renan's through, and he's gone around the goalkeeper and scored. Lovely stuff. Oh, okay, cool. I want to go back to Norway. And we will. 10 days or something. Is the largest settlement in the Ringsaker municipality of Innlandet. So, the inland, I guess that means. I just love Scandinavian names for everything. The places, the people. They're just so fun to say. Well, most of the time, chat, you are my Google. Because you see, I'm normally too lazy to even do Googling when I'm streaming. Because I'm that guy. Go on, Jan. Please score here. Their goalkeeper's actually having an okay day. So credit to him. Jesus Christ. We should have more goals by now, really. Landskrona boll och idrottssällskap. Doesn't that mean like Landskrona ball and recreation something? I guess. I don't know. As always, my Scandi is dreadful. Certified Googler, you got it. Sports club, of course, yeah. I used to, because stadium is Idrottsplatsen, isn't it? Or Idrottsplatsen. I think that's Swedish, actually, but it's probably similar in most Scandi languages again as Jan scores. Lovely stuff. Most club names around the world, particularly in Europe as well, are all some variation on something sports club or something. And you can always sort of see where the languages go. Famous for its sandstone. Ooh. I guess you got to be famous for something. May as well be sandstone at this point. Like, who am I to judge? I'm not famous for anything. I'm certainly not famous for sandstone. Place called Storforshire. If you translate it, Big Waterfall. Hello! It sounds like a phone greeting, Jerkin. So it's like, Big Waterfall. Hello. Maybe that's what do you reckon that's what the receptionist says at the Big Waterfall? Hello. Why is it called that? Natspira. No, Natspirna. Is football in Icelandic? Cool. Stadium is stadium. Oh, right. So it must be in Swedish then that it's Idrottsplatsen, I guess. I always forget. Like I said, I learned Swedish before I learned Norwegian, so I get confused a lot. And I'm bad at both. You're just like I never learned Danish. Pinedo Arena yet. Oh, go on, Avalar. Oh, no, it's the Jacob Vestergaard Arena. Footballty. I like that. It sounds like a dish. I'll have the footballty, please. Not too hot. At the very least, they're naming the new stadium after me. And imagine that if they'd done it after Cavalcanti or something. The ultimate insult to Fernando Avalar. Create a late Paleozoic era. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah, Westwood Ho. Used to go there a lot as a kid because it was near Appledore. You've got to love an English place with an exclamation mark in its name. Voetbal. The Pinedo Stadium. Think about it like this, though, Ragnar. They'll probably build another one. Appledore. That's the name of the place. It's near Westwood Ho. It's spelled, not spelled like that, though. It's spelled Apple and then D-O-R-E. Appledore. It's on the estuary. Through, like, Bideford, Barnstable? And that kind of area. Idrettsplass is sports place. Oh, okay. Appledore, yeah. It's a nice place. Or it used to be. I think when we were last there, this was a long time ago, I was talking to one of the locals, and they were basically saying that so much of the properties in the town were bought up by developers to sell out as holiday lets that during certain times of year, the entire place was empty, so it kind of lost a lot of its charm because there was no local population anymore, which meant that the businesses really struggled when it was outside of seasons as well. It's not very big. It's not even a big waterfall. Gah, they need to get with the program. The Vlad/Pinedo Arena, sponsored by Real Madrid. Rich from Weathering. I suppose that makes sense. Case study in geography. Nice. There one. Hey, it sounds like you actually learned something interesting in university. Certainly more than I did. I was just kind of one of those people that I just chose the wrong course that I had absolutely zero interest in because I thought it was going to be safe or something, you know? Like, I really had very little interest in either business or law. I would have much rather done history at university. Because at least it's something I'm interested and passionate about in some respects, you know? But everybody makes mistakes, I suppose. And I have half a degree to show for it, chat. So never give up on your dreams. Or something like that. I don't know. I'm not very inspirational, let's face it. I watch simulated men for a living. So next door to Yan'an Training Center. Sponsored by Tom. Dreams can't be buy, and I can't film chat. Or, yeah. You know the rules. That's another goal for Ovalar as well. So he must be creeping towards his 500 goals. I think he's only got one today, though, right? I watch simulated men for a living. Hey, it's better than stimulated men for a living, right? Right? Please tell me it's better. That probably honestly, that probably pays more. Porno QA tester. History bachelor. Nice. Are you enjoying it? We also have a goalkeeper in one of these streams called Marco Carnesci, whose name translates to Mark Meat Buckets. Oh, God, that's so good. And then I'd be able to call him a meat computer, and it'd be way more, like, applicable, I suppose. Marco Meat Buckets. What do we want on a t-shirt this time? I think at some point we just need to get... Can we get that on a t-shirt? On a t-shirt. I am going to sort out merch at some point, chat. I know it's been like a year, but one of these days I will get round to actually sorting it. It's just I want it to be really, really good and, like, really high-quality designs that people would want to wear, not just because it's merch, but because it's like a t-shirt or a hoodie or something that they would just want to wear because it looks good. That's what I want to try and do. And obviously that takes time because I'm going to have to commission artists and stuff to come up with concepts and make the art for me.
Just 2 blocks from here.
Crano NX. Thank you for the follow, sir. Dream non-content creator job. We actually talked about this a little while ago. I quite like the idea of being like a park ranger where you're just sort of in a beautiful national park, probably not in the UK, let's face it, they're not big enough. Just out in the wild, in the quiet, where I could just be at peace. I just don't really like humanity sometimes, and I just quite like the tranquility of solitude occasionally. So I think a park ranger would be quite fun. I'd be like the guy from Firewatch. That would be quite fun. I wanted to be a marine biologist when I was a kid. That was like my dream job. Because I just loved fish. And I always wanted to do that. And someone I knew went to school with actually did become a marine biologist, which is, I envy that. He's in stream sometimes. Watches the videos too, I believe. So if you're out there, Henry, how's it going? Cool guy. Went to Antarctica as well, which is pretty sick. Hey, Alan. All right, Ron Swanson. Honestly, me and Ron Swanson have a lot in common, to be honest. I hate to say it, but me and Ron, like, give me all the bacon and eggs you have, could well be my life's motto. I'm fine with sounding like Ron Swanson, to be honest. Salbear literally means shit town. No, I haven't. Single greatest username. It's up there. It really is up there. Loafers has got the username on lock. Fund coordinator at Butlins. Oh god, that would be terrible. Like the hair. I could do with a better mustache. If I'm gonna go full Ron Swanson, I need to get a better mustache. I'm not even close to being good enough. Did we just get a penalty and not see it? Try to TM it. Dutch football club called Nooit Gedacht, which means never thought. That's such a strange name. Do you keep money in gold form? Sadly not, no. I should have bought physical gold. I bet Ron would hate Bitcoin. Need to rewatch Parks and Rec. Em and I always said that once we move, that's going to be like the first thing we're going to do. First show we're going to watch when we move is going to be Parks and Rec. Because I haven't watched that in such a long time. And I bloody love Parks and Rec. I would argue that and this is a controversial one, I prefer Parks and Rec to The Office. Don't crucify me. Although Parks and Rec Season 1 is absolute garbage. But everyone knows that. But beyond that, I think it's way more consistent for longer. Because it doesn't have Season 8 and 9 of The Office hyper syndrome. It's just good for longer for me. Okay, so 7-0. Wow, our XG was extremely high. There's something about the heart of Parks and Rec that I prefer. I think I like all... If I was to rank all the characters, I'd have way more Parks and Rec characters towards the top. Like, I love Ron Swanson. I think April and Andy are brilliant. I love bloody Chris Traeger. Everything about that show, I just love it. Of Parks and Rec, Keeper Rod. Because if so, you'll enjoy it. Like, if you've never seen Parks and Rec, either don't watch the first season at all, or do, but just don't assume that the rest of the show is going to be like that, because the first season is genuinely awful. It isn't really until they sort out the situation with Brandanowitz that the show actually gets good for me. Yeah, that's a good point, AJ. Yeah, I think you're right. I think, for example, the dinner party episode of The Office is the standout amongst both shows for me. That is just the perfect amount of like cringe and amazing humor at the same time. It's... I will never not find that episode of The Office funny. But Parks and Rec for me is just consistently better. And I think I prefer the storylines in Parks and Rec. Well, I mean, to be honest, I don't even think that the Office can even be compared with The Office, because I just look at them as completely different shows in many ways, even though they spawn from the exact same thing, because the American one is so much longer and is a completely different story after a while. So I don't even think there's really a comparison to be made. Like, I didn't particularly like the original Office that much, but I didn't mind the American one, you know? But I do really like Ricky Gervais's it's called Afterlife. I think it's Afterlife. His Netflix show. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, just skip season 1 of Parks and Rec if you've not seen it. Don't even bother with it. You won't miss anything useful, really. The characters are kind of different anyway. The Good Place. I'm actually watching The Good Place right now. Not right now, but I literally just started rewatching it yesterday. Because I've never actually seen... I only ever watched the first season when it was airing originally. So now I'm going back and rewatching it. Yeah, the Kim Kardashian outtake from... Parks and Rec is absolutely top quality. Which set of fishermen we're going to destroy today? I did enjoy the Good Place the first time round. Yeah, the season... Oh, just Afterlife in general. It's such a brilliant show because it's so, like... It's funny, but it's also... It has heart. I like comedy shows that are able to have levity as well as, like, heart at the same time. I've never been a big fan of New Girl. I just didn't... I felt like... Maybe I need to rewatch it at some point, but it was just that one show that I could never really get into in the same way I could a lot of the other shows in that same kind of style. The OC. Hey, everybody's got comfort TV, mate, right? There's some... I watched Gossip Girl for a bit. I just couldn't get into it. Yaroslav Spak. That is an interesting name there, buddy. Also, an interesting set of positions. He's either a DM or a striker. Okay. I'll probably get through it pretty quick. I've literally... Yeah, Psych. Psych is phenomenal. I love Psych. Believe me, most of these shows that you could list, I've seen. Like, I spent basically nearly... Well, I spent like 9 months watching The West Wing, which was, again, a really good investment of my time. That was what I watched after I watched Psych, actually. Then I watched Veep, just because it was very similar. I always watched this show called The Unicorn. It's... I don't know if it's even available to watch on anywhere in the UK at the moment, but it's genuinely quite good. It's about this guy whose wife... It's like a comedy about this guy whose wife died, and then he's like back on the market now, and he's got these 2 young daughters, and it's sort of about him handling his newly sort of single lifestyle whilst being a widower as a man. It was kind of interesting. It's definitely got a lot of heart to it as well. And it's got... Oh, God, who's it got? There's quite a few people that you'd probably recognise if you watch a lot of American TV like I do. Hey, Vice. Scandal, I thought was... I liked some of the stuff about Scandal, but I preferred it when it was more like procedural. Some of the... I don't know, it got a bit stupid for me after a while. How I Met Your Mother... Yeah, I liked How I Met Your Mother. I think after a while it got a bit funny, but like... Where they just kind of went round into... It felt like the show should have ended a lot sooner than it did. Like a lot of them. I've never seen Barry, actually. I've heard it's good, though. That's the one with... Is it Bill Hader? The Wire, yeah. It's just... It takes me a long time to commit to... more serious TV shows, just because most of the time with TV, what I'm looking for is just light-hearted fun. So Psych, Leverage, those types of shows I adore because they're just really... They're like a pizza if it was a TV show. Just really like solid, light-hearted to a certain point, just good quality TV. I love that kind of stuff. All the sort of shit that USA Network used to... Yeah, Brooklyn Nine-Nine as well, precisely. Oh, Palm Springs is actually genuinely good. Yeah. Andy Samberg and Kristen Milioti from How I Met Your Mother. It's really, really good. I remember because that came out last year on Hulu, didn't it? And Em and I watched it at the time. Really, really good film. Surprisingly good, actually. Yeah, I've seen Brooklyn Nine-Nine. I love Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Never seen Dexter. Like, I'm one of those people that actually genuinely, I've tried to watch Breaking Bad like 5 times now, and I've never managed to actually get through it at any time. And maybe at some point I'll just have to idea and be like, you know what, it might just not be for me. But I can still appreciate that it's good. I just can't ever seem to continue watching it for long enough. Ted Lasso is probably one of the best pieces of TV I've watched in the last couple of years. If you've not seen Ted Lasso, it is so fucking good. The commercials do not make it look as good as it is. Yeah, that 70s show is great. I love that 70s show. Well, up to a point. It kind of gets a bit... Again, like all of these shows, it seems to go a bit funny after a while where it's just not as good. But Ted Lasso is so good. So damn good. It has no right to be as good as it is. It had everything. It had funny. It had a lot of heart to it. The storylines were interesting. The characters were brilliant. The boys... Yeah, I saw the first season. I thought it was fine, but I kind of just wasn't interested in watching any more of it, if that makes sense. Weren't they going to do an 80s show at some point? I mean, I've watched all of Game of Thrones, but the less said about that, the better. Bones. Yeah, Ev and I tried to watch Bones back in the day. We got a few seasons into that. Chuck. That's another one. I don't think it's anything on anything other than Apple TV currently, unless, you know, you sail the high seas or anything like that. But I would never, ever suggest that you would do something like that. I would never suggest that you get a Usenet set up with radar, sonar, and NZB get, and then Plex. I would never ever suggest those things. But those are things that could be done. Yeah, Chuck. Chuck is another good show. Crazy Cards Humanity gave away a trip to Antarctica. That is a fun fact. I rate that. But no, I watched Game of Thrones just because I was already like, yeah, oh yeah, Chuck definitely got ridiculous. And yeah, I still kind of liked it just because of character. Honestly, my favorite characters in Chuck were his sister and Captain Awesome, his sister's husband. They were such good characters. Particularly Devon, really, but One Piece. I don't think I've ever seen One Piece. Prison Break was fine up until they kind of had to keep breaking out of prison every season. Like, most of the time I find British TV takes itself too seriously for its own good, and it makes me just not that interested. But there's some British... For example, I've just been watching Fresh Meat, which is really, really good. I'd obviously already seen some of it before, but I didn't realize it was the 3rd or 4th season of it. And so I went and watched that as well. That was good. The English... Oh, yeah, I remember seeing something about that. Yeah, I guess you don't need to really, do you? Fresh Meat is really, really... I don't know, like... I think I used to prefer that type of stuff. So back in the day, there used to be shows like... there was one called Wire in the Blood. It had Robson Green in it. And there was another show called Waking the Dead that had Trevor Eve in it. That was... I really used to like those. But for some reason, I just kind of went off of that type of programming after a while. Luther as well, actually. That's pretty decent. Yeah, that's exactly it, Jinx. Like, once Prison Break started becoming, let's break out of a new prison every season, I was just like, Prison Okie Kokie. Yeah, indeed. Particularly, isn't it the last season of Prison Break where it suddenly becomes like a police procedural for some reason, just out of nowhere? Silent Witness. I never saw Silent Witness, but yeah, I think that's the same kind of category. Fawlty Towers. Love Fawlty Towers. That Mitchell and Webb look as well. Yeah, Idris Elba is a gem. He's a national treasure. I've never seen that, Ragnar. Don't mention it. Fawlty Towers is a classic. Hey, but I watched that a little while ago, actually. The best sketches in Mitchell and Webb is still Number Wang. All the Number Wang ones. Although the Digby Chicken Caesar ones are pretty good too. Now, Bagpuss was a show. Yeah, season 1 of Prison Break is pretty much a masterpiece. It's just one of those situations where I don't think they had many ideas of what to do after that. A lot of shows have really, really strong concepts that they simply can't execute properly beyond that. Think about how Lost was allegedly supposed to be a 4-series show, and then when they got told to extend it, because a lot of these problems arise from networks basically going, this is a really big success. What can we do to make this go longer? So same with Heroes. Heroes is probably the best example of this. Heroes would have worked perfectly as a 1-season, and not even an anthology, but as a 1-season thing. But, yeah. Because the first series of Heroes is quality. What on earth is going on in the Bodder game? Hang on. Were there... So, a player from each team got injured in both the 33rd and 39th minute. Are they like head-on collisions or something? What on earth? Oh, bottom. Yep. Not a huge fan of it, but I definitely have seen it. Yeah, Olivia Colman. I've actually really liked. I assume a lot of you have seen the movie The Favourite, the one with Olivia Colman in it. It's really, really good. Not the sort of film that I thought I would enjoy, but it's legitimately really good. Probably gonna make some subbies here. Life on Mars. Yeah, I never managed to, it was another one of those shows that would just sort of pass me by. I don't really watch a lot of TV when it's live. Like, I can't remember the last time I actually watched, like, a live TV show. Like, I tuned in and went, right, I'm going to watch this show. It's just not something I've done, really. The only sort of time I watch live television is football or motor racing, really. Jesus Christ, Harv. Well, that's the thing. Yeah, it was. Didn't they then lose the Star Wars deal after that as well? And then just the thing about the whole Game of Thrones thing is that it actually ended up not just ruining the latter seasons, but it also completely ruined the rewatchability of the season as a whole. Because I get the feeling if they'd have, if they'd have actually finished that properly and done a good job with it, Game of Thrones would have been one of those series that people would have gone back and watched over and over again for 20 odd years. And now, I personally, as a viewer, have no desire to rewatch any of it because of where it goes. But that's just me. The Expanse as well. That's another fucking great show. Like, just so damn good. Like, I'm reading the books now. Yeah, they could have done. Money would have still been there, probably. Sport, yeah, exactly. For me, it's just sports. I watch the football and I watch F1. Oh, and touring cars and NASCAR. And even NASCAR I watch on Twitch, for crying out loud. So technically that isn't even counted as watching live TV in a way, really, is it? I always watch the NASCAR races just on Twitch. There's loads of them. Rather be yeeted off the wall. Wow. That right there is a mugging of the highest order. Jesus Christ. They had one shot on target and it was the goal. I never liked The Walking Dead. I tried to watch it once and I was just like, just not for me. But hey, not every TV show is going to be for everyone, is it, you know? The Senna documentary. No, I didn't actually, but I've heard it's really good. The new Game of Thrones series. I would hate to be a Viking player right now. Oh my days. Mulder just put 8 past someone. Christ. They are looking pretty good these days. And Roderick Al got a brace for them as well. What a start. Yeah, we did get a little bit of FM in that game, to be fair. But it happens to the best of us. 12 key passes for Jan. That's not bad, actually. Could do with a few more goals, but hey, key passes will do as well. I like motor racing documentaries. I actually prefer motor racing documentaries, I think, to football documentaries, and I don't know why. I think it lends itself to the style of a documentary way more than I think football does. Not sure entirely why I feel like that, but I feel like if I have a choice between a motorsport documentary and a football one, I would choose motorsport, and I don't really know why. I used to love all the BTCC review videos. Like, I've still got a load of them on DVD and video. The Barcelona, I don't think I have actually, no. I mean, it's not weird. You know, they're made for a reason. Rivers of London. Oh, yes, Ollie. Great shout. Yeah, Rivers of London is so good. I love it. I second that and highly recommend Rivers of London as a book series to read. It's by a guy called, I think it's Ben Aranovich. I've read the first 5, but the one, I'm missing a book because I couldn't get it for 99p and I refused to pay more than that for a book. But yeah, it's so damn good. Essentially, think of like Harry Potter for adults, but it's more of a police procedural type style with a slightly different lore to it. It's fucking amazing. Like, genuinely such a good, yeah. Such a good book series. Highly recommend it. Last Dance was amazing. Yeah, actually, yeah, right. Last Dance might be the best sports documentary I've ever seen. Although Last Chance U is also extremely good. Because they've just started a basketball one now, haven't they? I used to like watching the NHL had a series of there was a show called Road to the Winter Classic. It was originally on a different channel. I think it was originally HBO actually. And that was so good because it used to follow the teams around before the Winter Classic game. Amazing stuff. Oh, yeah, because he's got the graphic novels too. But yeah, no, Rivers of London is such a good book series. Highly recommend. Yellow, Yellow, Yellow on Prime is really... Oh, IndyCar documentary. I haven't never really seen much IndyCar. I don't think I've ever even watched the Indy 500, to be honest. Which sounds weird from someone that watches NASCAR and it's oval racing for the most part. But maybe it'll be one of those things that I'll get into next. Best of the bunch, really? Oh, I can't wait to watch it then. Because I've loved all the football ones they've done. Last Chance U is so good. Although I must admit, the earlier Last Chance U ones, I think for me, one of the things that made that documentary was the guidance counselor. I can't remember what her name was, Brittany something. But she, just that whole, not storyline because it's real obviously, but that whole thing was so good. The parody sports doc about Space Jam, no. That's, because there's going to be Space Jam 2 soon, isn't there? Which is a strange one, but hey. That IndyCar one does sound interesting, though. Sounds like up my street. Should be dropped by England. Hang on. He's got 21 caps for England now. Tim Breach has kind of got under the radar as actually being... It took him a long time to get his first cap for England, but... Man, 21 caps he's ended up with right now, and he's still going. God, if they'd have just capped him a bit sooner. Salzburg Clash. Wow. Yeah, I imagine that there's a reason why Mulder are in there. What is the top scorer in the league now? Of course, it's Frederick Fromm, and who's this guy? Where did they get him from? Okay, he's fairly good. They picked up the TV rights. That's a strange... It's weird that it would be them, but I suppose if it's just their production company, that would be... Actually, to be honest, a TV show version of Rivers of London, if it was done right, would be an absolute masterpiece. I would just hope that it would be not... like a terrestrial TV company. If it was like for Netflix or Amazon or something, and there's a decent budget behind it, I think it could be seriously good. I just worry about those kinds of IPs being picked up by someone like ITV and just not actually putting much into it. Lola Bunny says... I forgot about that. Everyone always talks about like in, how in Who Framed Roger Rabbit, you've got Jessica Rabbit and stuff like that. What a weird film that is. Good film, but a weird film. Right, I probably should just save it there. Switch over to just Chatteroo. And then find someone to do a Raideroo. I don't know why I'm adding a roo to the end of everything. I know. Wait, do I? Do I? Yeah, I think I do. It's been a while. But yeah, so I will be back on Saturday, of course, because we do have weekend streams this week. And moreover than that, I will be on Looney's stream after the stream on Saturday as well. You trying to be Japanese? What? What? Oh, dear. Anyway, thank you so much for coming, guys. As always, I will hopefully see you guys on Saturday as we go, we'll be starting with a brand new season as well, so we'll be back to European football again. You'll love to see it. I will see you guys very, very soon. And oh, I see. Right, yeah, no, I didn't even think about that for a second. Yeah, we're going to go Red Keg because it's been a while since we've been out of Red Keg. So I will see you guys on Saturday. Obviously, OTI tonight. You know the drill. Thank you for coming. Thank you for the gifted subs, the bits, the subs, everything. You're all lovely. And I'll see you guys very, very soon. Let's go say hi to Mr. Kegman and see what he's up to over in... Oh, he's actually managing England. So that'll be even better. Let's go.